Oh boy, we're live again. What is up, Lukic? What's up, Josh? What is up, guys? We're gonna be playing again. Once again. So, the 500 Worlds Miniatures are almost here. What's up, Norman Osborne? What's up, my goat? What's up, Sebastian? Alright, guys, I desperately need water. A classic failing on my part, I know. But 1 second. We'll continue on. I also have to talk about something. Now, Saber Interactive, by the way, guys. What's up, Mortifactor? Mortifactus. Hello, what is up? We have a bit of an issue where Saber Interactive kind of been like a massive. They're kind of like fucking assholes recently, to be honest. Alright, whoever needs help with the weekly, come in. We're gonna have some final weeklies in, help people out with that. What is up, my guy? What faction is getting clapped first? What's up, Beachev? How about that, guys? I was not very close to my mic at all. We're back here. Hey, bolt rifle fencing build is great. It is pretty fun. So whoever wants to get in here and do the weekly, here's the code. Now, so what I want to talk about is that Saber Interactive recently, they've been kind of assholes about the whole new DLC pack that's been coming out. And like, usually I wouldn't care too much, but their community managers on the Discord have been like super, I don't even know, like, I wouldn't exactly call it consumer friendly. I had to promise Jeff we'd probably be talking about that later tonight. What's up, Kermit? What is up, Falcon? I'm here once again. I am indeed here once again. Brothers gather around FTG. I don't know how long I'll be on tonight. Like a few hours here. What is up, my brothers? FTG, my beloved. What's up, Kyle? Alright, we got Yellow Mojo in here. Don't worry, Kyle. We'll get some more emotes in here soon. I'm at least wanting to add in. I know this weekly was pretty easy, but some people still have trouble with it, so we're gonna help out some people with that. That's what we'll do primarily today. Maybe some of my true solo stuff, just for fun. I was talking to Falling Cow today. We're gonna be making a video about like whether or not Space Marines are actually too weak in this game. A lot of people, I don't know, guys. How do you feel about Space Marines in 40K? Space Marine 2. Do you feel like they're underpowered or overpowered? Do you feel like they're not properly presented? Because I feel like the main problem that people have is that the Space Marines in this game, it's their bolter weapons that are not presented properly. It's not really the Space Marines themselves as much. I shit on Saber's Discord, just put a compilation of the bugs. For what we fight, OP. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're pretty nuts. Like, maybe bolters are a little underpowered, but besides that, we are pretty insane. What shall I use here? She has like a marksman carbine build. Have I even done a marksman carbine build this patch? I don't think I have. I don't think I have. I'm pretty sure this one comes out to more, but we'll see. Hypno Trigger, I feel like the strength of Ceramite armor is underpowered. I mean, we're fighting bone swords. Like, Ceramite gets cut through pretty easily, but I mean, even Hormiguns can definitely do that. Kyle, thank you for the 10-pound super chat. Don't have time to stay around tonight. Have a good stream, brother. Thank you very much, Kyle. Thank you very much. It's the weapons? Yeah, that's what most people think. That is the main takeaway here. I was fucking around with the Astartes Overhaul earlier. Astartes Overhaul looks so damn good in this game now. The armor customization really is just like that amazing. Balance, not so much, but the customization, pretty fun. I'm kind of addicted to using the Marksman Carbine, but we're going to swap over to this one, and I'm just going to take Secure Stockpile. I think this should be enough of a range bonus for us, because you got to think, Relentless Pursuit is like a cost, so we're getting 25% bonus range damage for us here, and Secure Stockpile, and then we don't have to lose any secondary damage. That's pretty nice. A Tyranid Warrior is pretty similar to a Astartes in terms of power. Yeah, they should be. They definitely should be. Now, the new Titus miniatures came out today, or like I believe they're about to, the new box sets for like, or some new reveals either way. But we're having more end campaigns. I saw Chapter Master Valrak talking about this recently. Any of you guys see that video? Maybe some of you did. But he was correct. There is more coming. Eagerly awaiting the new version. I'm not talking real power scaling. I just mean the Marines feel like tissue paper to me. Oh, that's fair. That's a totally fair take. I mean, if something feels bad to you, it just feels bad to you. It's not like anyone, nobody can take that away from you. Alright. We shall play. I haven't even done the normal one. It's funny. I got my pre-order in for the 500 World stuff in 2 weeks. I mean, I'm excited for 500 Worlds in general. Man, look at Titus. He's a named Ultramarine. Has 2 games, 1 appearance, and a secret episode. What is up, Diesel? Thank you for the tier 1. Very much. He's basically a god now. Yeah, dude, he's the Emperor's favorite champion. You do get damage nuked in this game quite frequently. Yeah, I would say the big problem... I think it's very dismissive in Space Marine 2 for when people say, like, oh, nobody should care at all about, like, the amount of stun locks that people are receiving, because there are feels bad mechanics in this game. I think it is very dismissive of, like, even multi-thousand-hour players to just tell a player that's, like, new at the game that, like, oh, dude, just get good. I don't think that's, like, a fair statement. I do think it's fair to tell people to lower their difficulty, but, like, as far as presentation of Space Marines go in Space Marine 2, I understand why people feel weak. Because I don't feel like the enemies properly represent how strong they actually are in comparison to, like, a Space Marine, if that makes any sense. I feel like the way you die feels very, oh shit. That's what's gonna happen to me when I get my PC. You want to build a 1,000-point army, but it's so expensive. You don't have to build a 1,000-point army. Dennis, are you okay if I play tactical? Let me ask you now. Kinda new to Warhammer, what is the 500 Worlds stuff? The 500 Worlds is a campaign box set, basically like a little mini campaign box set. It is based around the newly promoted Captain Titus of the Second Company, the main character from this game. And basically, you're going to be going through, and they have a bunch of new miniatures for Gadriel, Titus, and Sergeant Taurus here, on top of some new stuff, and you're going to be fighting Necrons in a little campaign book. So it's a pretty big deal. It is the first time, or like one of the first times, that a game character is really like pushed into the mainstream of 40K miniature sets, which is pretty massive. Like, most people were not expecting that at all when the announcement trailer came out. People were actually pretty shocked. I'm actually paying a Hive Tyrant right now. Well, Morgan. Gentlemen, what's up, Inquisitor? They can fight Abaddon, unstoppable plot armor versus immovable plot armor. I mean, Abaddon is cool, but Abaddon's a real Horus hater
Our
too.
path to Aurora is barred by the Thousand Suns Silver Tower.
It is a sacred relic, filled with ancient splendor, brimming with power.
Hey, in your video for the Power X Gunstrike build, the time to get a Power Gunstrike, is there an easy tell to get the timing right? I'm gonna make a whole guide for that. I would say right now, you want to delay it a little bit. That's the biggest thing. You just need to make sure like there's a slight delay after your initial
But you
build.
will need my assistance in placating such an ancient machine spirit.
So the wrong chance sword, that's okay.
Assist the Adeptus Mechanicus in launch preparations
great.
and
I
await
thought we
our
had 10
targeting
stims on this
guidance to
mission.
lesson. We should be on the ground
Time
shortly.
for green
Make
tide.
sure that battle
How
barge
that
is ready.
works.
Orders confirmed. This excavation should
The
lead
game
to
audio is a
mechanical
tad loud. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I was recording something else today. Thank you. Abaddon. We always need more Abaddon. I mean, people like the Black Legion. Game audio should be better now. Sorry about that. I mean, I'm trying to get through the story mode. Which guns are best to run it with? You can play whatever you want in the story mode, to be honest. But, like, I don't know how many of the Vulture buffs actually carried over to campaign, because I haven't played campaign in a quintillion years. Do you play in 4K? No, I play in 1440p. Not ready when Titus will low diff Karn in close combat alone in Space Marine 3. Probably will. I mean, he's probably do some nuts shit. Only 3 to 4 weapons are good in campaign. I mean, Power Sword's pretty good. You probably use a lot more now. The big problem with campaign is that none of the weapon perk trees that like make weapons like the Thunderhammer feel way better are available. So you're stuck with like base recharge speeds for these things. Like Fido, I think with the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much, dude. Than what I wanted. Nick Fido actually just in here. Lorgar, I barely know her. We actually have quite a few Lorgar fans in the chat. Okay, I got him. Why does the title stream say final? Oh, because it's probably the last time to be... I said final weekly help. Probably be the last time to be doing a weekly stream. I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow for weeklies. I might be. So with Titus as a captain, the Space Marine story making a jump, I wonder what happens to Leandros, hopefully burned at the stake. I don't think Leandros is a bad chaplain by any means. I actually think Leandros is a pretty good chaplain. I mean, let's be real. Titus is pretty suspicious. So, like, if you're a normal-ass Space Marine and you just see this one guy that is just oddly resistant to chaos for whatever reason, I mean, you gotta think that people were considering in Space Marine 2 and Space Marine 1 even that Titus might be a blank. So imagine what like people in universe think. Like the level of warp resistance that Titus has is way beyond a standard armor of contempt. The Emperor buffs him directly, exactly Artemy. Like he's actually the Emperor's chosen. I smell heresy. What kind of heresy? Alright, so we do have a secure stockpile, guys, just so you know. He knows no fear, it's true. True chainsaw scorn. Been shredding Horus Heresy audiobook since I got this game. Magnus did nothing wrong, mostly. Magnus had good intentions, but not super good execution.
We are committed to this course.
Soul Reaper Terminators can get some of those devious angles on you. That's why having stagger versus chaos in general is just very useful to have. Like playing without plasma or like Inferno, like a Melta on chaos feels pretty bad by yourself.
The fastest way to get the battle barge airborne.
Having some kind of stagger is very nice for them. Titus seems to be suspicious. Titus is pretty sus if you're like a normal guy. Ow. How could they do that to me? I wonder how much Titus is going to make Thalassa do in 500 worlds. Listen, guys. I think that Titus is... Yeah, I'm sitting back. Titus is going to become the new Sigismund in terms of Emperor's Blessing, mark my words. I mean, he's probably going to be Chapter Master within like the next 5 years. It's coming.
Your miserable life ends in disgrace.
How many years till Total War Warhammer 40K do you think? Probably next year. That'd be my expectation. Unbent Banana, thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts on the upcoming Tech Marine? I think Tech Marine looks pretty fun for operations, not super fun in siege mode. Now, we don't know how he plays exactly yet, so, you know, that could always change. But from what I've seen, I'm not too impressed with, like, his perk tree. I'll make a video on that pretty soon. But because we do know everything about his perk tree, I think we can glean a bit of how he's going to play from that. I mean, he'll probably be fun. I'm more looking forward to the voice packs, to be honest, than I am the actual Tech Marine.
Justice for turning against your brothers.
Interesting to see how the turrets will work in Siege. It depends. Like, you know, if they're... We already know they're going to have an ammo limit. Because that's in the perk tree, if I remember correctly. Is the Emperor a psychic himself? I don't know, guys. Is the God Emperor of Mankind a psyker? Yes. And not only is he a psyker, he's like the strongest psyker in the whole setting. By far. Even compared to like Eldari Farseers, he's on crack.
Changing magazine.
Actually, he's gonna roleplay the Horus Crash out with the voice packs? You betcha, dude. Full on Black Rage. I do hope there's like a Horus. I don't know. That's not confirmed, is it? Is there like a Horus, a Black Rage Angels one? That'd be cool as fuck. Gotta pay extra for that. The fact that Total War 40K had a working demo even before its announcement makes you think it'll release at the end of this year. Yeah, I was talking both Sotek and Indie got to play that already, and they both said it was pretty fun. They said a lot of it already changed, but that was months and months and months ago. They got to play at the beginning of the year. Yeah, he is a perpetual. So, for the guy who asked, is the God Emperor of Mankind a psyker? The God Emperor of Mankind is a perpetual, which is like, in 40k, perpetuals are basically just like naturally born immortals. So he was already from like the Neolithic era. And he was a naturally born psyker. He was very powerful, potentially the first human psyker, depending on like what lore you're going through. But after a while, so he was already on crack. and then he stole power from the Chaos Gods at a certain point to make the Primarchs and buff himself. And once he stole power from the Chaos Gods, he became, like, absolutely god tier, Donkey Kong, Bongo Cheeks, Banana Brain, OP. He was ridiculous after that point. Like, to put it in perspective, Eldari Farseers, like, Eldrad, don't even come close to the God Emperor. And they are on crack themselves. Is Vulcan a psyker? I don't think he's actually now. That's just a mistake grabbing this.
Your miserable luck.
You like the shaman story, to be honest? That was pretty good. Ow. I really thought I was going for another one.
Operating crane.
Wow, that Zangor was blessed by Zinch. People slandered the Emperor to being a bad father, but I don't see how he could have saved individuals like Angron. Well, he definitely could have held to the Butcher's nails. That would have been a pretty good option. The Emperor needs 1,000 souls per day to survive. You know, there's actually a theory on that. The Emperor doesn't need 1,000 souls per day to survive. He needs, like, He does not need 1,000 souls per day to survive. Potentially, it might just be... Can we kill this thing? Oh, well. That doesn't help me. What I was trying to say is the Emperor might not need 1,000 souls per day to survive. He might just need 1,000 souls to initially go on the throne, and now they're just like pointlessly sacrificing 1,000 Cypher souls. Or the Emperor is like literally dead and just a warp entity, and the body's just like barely holding on his soul and stuff like that. There was something I'll expand on that at some point because like it's a pretty big theory we've talked about before. I need to get some rest. Got a long day tomorrow. I hope the stream goes well. Have an amazing night or day, depending on where you are. Thank you, Unbent. Thank you for the super chat, dude. Thanks for sticking around. Very nice of you. Have there been Chaos Marines that turned good after the Horus Heresy? That's actually a great question. Usually it's the other way around. How to save Angron? I don't know. Maybe you don't forcibly teleport him off the planet and allow his friends to die. That's one option. You do like pre-demon Angron? I mean, he got done pretty dirty. He, of all guys, got done pretty dirty. Do you think there's a chance the Emperor will wake up in the story? I mean, there's always a chance. But, let's put it this way. When the Emperor wakes up in 40K, it's because they're launching like the biggest product line they've ever done, or 40K is about to die as a setting.
Primitive tactics.
There we go. He's about to wake up, you think? I don't think any... here's my take on this. I don't think that any major 40k story expansion is going to happen until we see like the major release of a Space Marine 3 or the Henry Cavill show. Until that happens, I don't think we're going to see anything like that. Do you think they'll bring out Grey Knights for Space Marine 3? Potentially. I think we're more likely to see guys like... Potentially. If 40k goes to shit, Games Workshop can always introduce Skaven for 40k. I mean, Rats in Space would go pretty hard. That is my favorite fantasy race by far. Can I get a rating back here? No. When he wakes up, the Grey Knights will put his ass back in the chair. I mean, they can try. Not to contend the Custodies. I really want him back. I still want to see Daddy Sanguinius come back and spank some ass, not gonna lie. I feel like bringing back Sanguinius would just be like really bad for his whole sacrifice arc. Like, if we were to bring back Sanguinius, it kind of takes away from the whole point he died, which is, you know, a sacrifice. That was like one of the only deaths on the Horus Heresy of Primarchs anyways. And like, then we just got Ferrus Manus, and like, no offense to Ferrus Manus, but Ferrus Manus went out like a bitch compared to the Sanguinius. That was not a good aspect. John Doe, thank you for the $5 super chat. When you see the orange and blue lights on your screen, when you should be press C in space. So orange is for unblockables, and it depends on the attack, first of all. But orange is for unblockables, and there's that one. Dude, this guy is firing missiles downtown. Absolutely downtown. It really depends on the attack, but blue is for parryable attacks. Orange is for unblockable, so you should always dodge an unblockable if you can. They won't always hit you, but... Sanguinius represents the setting the best just as a character. I agree. I think Sanguinius really captures all of what 40k is about, because a lot of people say like 40k is just satire. I think it started out that way, but like, I hope you guys don't mind if I grab this. Okay. He's level 11, so I don't think he cares. One does not simply dodge tornado missiles. I mean, they're pretty easy. They're actually easier to dodge at close range. Watch the Arbiter Ian video on which Primarch he thought would be back next, and his number 1 and 2 were Vulcan and Rust. I feel like, I mean, those make the most sense. There's been a lot of, like, whispers on the winds about Vulcan being, not Vulcan being back, even Rust being back. A lot of rumors coming up, like a new model.
Full specs prime.
Master survive. Vulcan is just on vacation. He's not on a very long vacation. Oh, that's good. Yeah, we're actually getting him out of there. I'll just toss this down. Conrad Kurtz, dude. I don't think we're gonna see Conrad Kurtz anytime soon. I don't want to be in this corner. One of these cows spawned in front of me.
Relieve valleys to the sun.
I think it might have been a mistake to bring a marksman carbine to this, but that's okay.
Reloading.
Just goes to show a tactical can perform even with suboptimal. Oh, I do hope that Fulgrim clone will return. Imagine if like all the Primarchs go into Tracing the Infinite's closet and they just find like a Buzz Lightyear Toy Story event scene where there's like 500 Buzz Lightyears on like the what do you call it? You know what I'm talking about? The scene in Toy Story 2 where like they go to the toy store and there's like 100 Buzz Lightyears. It's just that for the Primarchs and Tracing the Infinite's closet. What's up, FG in chat? What's up, Charles? Just got the weekly hard stratagem done. Took like 15 attempts along the week with some going all the way to the end until we got fucked up by Terminus plus Sorcerer plus Hellbrute combo. Hellbrute's can be pretty mean, especially if you don't focus them. Alright, well, I never do that, but... Have they made Night Lord figures? I can't find any. I mean, they've made Night Lord figures. They're talking like Joy Toy figures. The Lehman and the Lion are basically the same. Dude, the Lion is way smarter than Lehman Russ is. Lehman Russ is an aggressive idiot. Getting combo by it. Look at that. There we go. Hopefully the new weekly on Wednesday is Nids, and hopefully it's Space Hulk mission. I think it's going to be Chaos again. They were all leaked at one point. I remember reading this last one, though. The most capped thing was when the Lion was telling one of his little captains that he can beat Sanguinius in a duel. Imagine the capology of this one. Listen, the Lion is not beating... I mean, the Lion is beating Lehman Russ. But, he's not beating Sanguinius. I shall ask Cal if he beats Sanguinius. He would know. The Lion feels like Tywin and Jaime Lannister in one person. I don't know if Jaime Lannister is somebody you want to aspire to be. I get the sentiment. Just ordered Heresy Era Russ and Mark 3000 Suns Marine. They're beautiful Joy Toys. You know, guys, pro tip, if you're ever like a collector of any kind of miniature, I don't care if it's Legos, I don't care if it's Joy Toys or like whatever, or like 40K stuff, do yourself a favor and get a glass case for them, because your life will just be better. Glass cases are like the best way to store objects like that ever, because dusting sucks. Like, dust will get in a glass case sometimes, but not remotely as bad.
The engine should provide sufficient lift, but the vessel's fusion batteries are fully depleted. There's no charge to start the ship's reactor.
100% Sanguinius is unbeatable, to be honest. Prove me wrong. Well, define unbeatable, because he fucking died. I'd say that's pretty... I'd say he's definitely beatable, just not beatable by most things. Alright, I want this guy. Dude, can you not point blanking me?
Safety protocols prevented from moving without an attendant. Leaded along the tracks to the junction station.
Alright, I don't want to damage him anymore. I want to get rid of these. Mayors over here first. Or my guys all get fucking murdered. Oh, this is out of his range. Oh, we took him down to half HP. Okay, we got double swords for spawn. I'm gonna get rid of those if I can. At least one.
Our progress is stymied by mismatched rays.
There are several
I need to practice block weapons on assault. You just play the chill armor regen gunstrike builds. I mean, they're definitely fun too. Like gunstrike assault is convenient to not to deal with dumb shit all the time. Oh, there we go.
considering this battlefield, I have my doubts.
Old Angel Boy says the only two brothers he wouldn't beat are the Lion and the War Master. I'm less interested, like, honestly, I don't really give a shit about most of the character statements in 40K, at least in terms of, like, which character thinks who they can beat. I'm more interested in, like, what the characters can actually do, what they've shown. What's your favorite heroic weapon in Space Marine 2? Right now, it's probably the heroic heavy bolt pistol. Let's see. Could it be a Sister of Battle or Sisters of Battle, maybe Custodes? Nobody's beating Sanguinius other than a Horus powered by all 4 Chaos Gods. Among Primarchs, I kind of agree. Unless, like, Magnus actually locks in for once. Alright. Better even never open the box at the 20 game market value. Okay, guys, I'm actually that kind of collector. Don't hate me for this. I actually have unopened Lego boxes from like a decade ago. There's something about like an unopened box I like. I don't know what it is. Couldn't possibly be autism. I don't know. Couldn't be that. You should build them. I don't think I ever will. Any recommendations for a heroic weapon I should get first? Just started the game 2 weeks ago and your builds helped me a lot. I was actually going to make a video on this. I'll probably make another video talking about, like, out of all the heroic weapons, which one is best for, like, a brand new player to get. There are going to be more in patch 12, but for now, I would say the most direct upgrades are, like, things like the Fencing Heavy Bolter is a direct upgrade to the Relic Tier Heavy Bolters, in my opinion. I think is overall the best Heavy Bolter in the game, just because you have a fencing window on it. Like, that is huge. That is such a massive gain.
Your Messiah has blessed you with an abundance of power.
Instigator Bolt Carbine's the same way, where, like, I think that's a strict upgrade. Xenophase Blade is pretty fun. I think that's the coolest out of all of them still.
It does not take a locust to see this act of desperation.
I prefer the accuracy variant on Chaos still. That's fair. Who will Henry Cavill play? I mean, it might be Titus. He jumped my kick. That bastard. Go blow this guy up.
Motherboard ready. Rising action. Kill that foe, lest it summon me.
Oh, ho, ho. Get shit on. No, guys, my hot take is I do think bolters should be buffed, but like the properly buffed bolters in Space Marine 2, let's say in like some alternate reality, okay, where Space Marine 2 has a completely reworked combat system. Imagine if you could strip armor off with bolter weapons. Like, imagine that was an option. Like, plasma just melts the armor off an enemy. Like, every enemy has an armor value, kind of like Dark Tide, but you have rending, and you also have things like armor penetration or like brittleness. I think that'd be pretty good if it was like a visual representation as well. Because like, imagine that you, the player, are ripping the bone plates off of a Tyranid warrior. That would be really cool. I don't know if any of you guys ever played Division 2. But that game had a system where they had a lot of bullet sponges in the game, but the bullet sponges felt better because you'd be ripping off their armor. Like, the armor was the bullet sponge portion, and then after that... Right, take a look.
Squirm until you're end, abomination. Rearming. One stays with the servo captain.
You recently got your Vanguard to Prestige 4. Vanguard's pretty fun.
Casualty reported. Changing magazine. Even without my brothers, I shall remain.
I don't think it's gonna spawn any more of these guys at me anytime soon here.
Heresy led you to this. One stays with the servo captain.
That's because Saber doesn't understand difficulty. We should have more enemies, and more enemies should be allowed to attack you. They do less damage and have less health. I feel like it would take more than that. I mean, it's pretty clear right now the game was not designed for like the amount of enemies are on screen even now in Absolute. Like, remember when this game first came out, how the enemies had bogus amounts of HP for how much damage your melee weapons were doing, but it sent fewer at you? And like, for whatever reason compared to the campaign, because campaign has a lot of enemies in it. I almost want to replay campaign to show people, but like, campaign had a lot of enemies in the set pieces, and like the maps were really cool, and it was also for 3 players, so I don't know why Operations has such like a huge struggle with an equivalent amount of enemies. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. That's just me. That's just my, you know, my little opinion. I'm actually using your bolt carbine build you made, FTG. Which one? For tactical or the sniper? A little opinion. My little opinion, as they say.
0.01% and rising.
Listen, guys, I used to run a power scaling channel, okay? So I know all about, like, you gotta say it's just my opinion or they'll come after you. And they'll still come after you, but after you more. Playing Bulwark and seeing a double zone throw spawn gotta be the worst feeling for... Well, not too bad if you have, like, a heavy bolt pistol. You have plasma, it sucks. Like, the only place plasma just performs. Yeah, Wednesday's the reset, so we're gonna get some people their weeklies in now.
Your data is cloud detected. Maintain close proximity to target.
No fear.
Reactor is primed for ignition.
It does really realize the campaign co-op is drop in, drop out. Operations are built almost supposed to be a live service, which they shifted away from smartly. I mean, I feel like this game would have been better as a live service if they actually gave us regular content drops. As it currently stands in Space Marine 2, I think content drops come out like maybe a week too late. Does that make sense? Like a month or two too late. That's how it feels to me.
Mission accomplished.
I wish they'd make Space Marine 3 a live service, yeah. If they pulled like full-on Helldivers, I think that would have been pretty good, but tragically no. I think Space Marine 2 is the best representation of the 40K universe, this or Dark Tide. I think they're both good. I think Space Marine 2 encapsulates a pretty good amount of, like, how an Ultramarine chapter would operate, just, like, the general idea of, like, okay, these are Chaos guys, hold the banner. A lot of the artwork you see in 40K is about characters sitting around a gigantic banner and just, you know, shooting at endless waves. It's like the whole thing about it. I think Road Trader is the actual best, though. There's like a proper representation. I think Rogue Trader captures the overall universe the best. Rogue Trader runs like crap, though. Hashtag Unity. I had cataclysmic crashes on Rogue Trader because I had overclocked my CPU, and I had no idea what the fuck was going on for the longest time. Alright, I'm glad we get that for you guys. I'm glad we get those accolade points for the boys. Chat, I think the 100 bits. You think that Space Marine is a good representation for Space Marines, but could be more horror-esque? Yeah, I feel like 40K, Space Marine 2 doesn't really feel like it has a ton in the way of horror. Like, a lot of the Chaos stuff you run into is, like, really generic sci-fi. Each have the other 100 bits. All Russian games run terrible on Unity. That's why Rogue Trader struggles. That's true. Owlcat is a Russian studio. Owlcat is really chill. Speaking of Owlcat, I still need to play more Dark Heresy because I promised Revan I would do that with him. Alright. Thank you guys for playing. Whoever needs their next one, I always hate to have to leave the lobby here because it's just the way the game flipping works. Should have given a handshake, but whoever needs their weekly, come on in. Are you still running hard strats? Yes, Mug. I am indeed. It would be so ass if Saber went the Helldivers way, tried to play Helldivers. I had no gun options, no customization, no strats, nothing, everything for you to buy or grind for a long time to get. Yeah, Helldivers 2, I think Helldivers 2 is actually easier to get into these days, but like it's very obvious like the battle passes are a little too disjointed, in my opinion. I don't like Helldivers 2 that much, personally. Is Dark Heresy out? No, but the alpha access is. So like they let in some content creators on top of like people who purchased the Super Ultra Sucker Edition. I mean, I bought the Turbo Sucker Edition of this game for $100 when it came out. I regret nothing. I got that 4-day early access. I'm working. I wish I could join. I might be on later if you're still available. We got Mattis _ RS3. Is that like _ RuneScape 3, like the Master Cape one? Is that what we're looking at? I should have realized I was fighting Chaos, so I probably should have just taken the Melter Rifle. I think this is probably the best one. Probably the best Melta build for attack right now. Okay. Let's send the boys in again. Fall of Atreus. Fall of Atreus, I think, is one of the better Chaos maps. I still think Vortex is a bit better. There's also the issue that Arrowhead can't seem to decide what kind of game they want it to be. Well, I think Arrowhead was not prepared at all for how big the game was going to be. That's part of it. Do you have inside info when Dark Heresy comes out? Did I sign an NDA? Let me remember. No, I do not have inside info. Hello, is there a queue to enter for help? The last run I did lost right before the button press. Could definitely use the help. There's not a queue, but I should probably set one up, to be honest, but... FTG, don't act like you didn't see my last few messages on. Let them people know, or the fuck is Zambit at will be the answer for the siege record. I actually didn't read your last 2 messages, so it's a real fact. Zambit has been addicted to Dark Tide, I think. I haven't talked to them in a bit. I don't think I ever tried Melter Rifle on Tactical, only Vanguard. I think it's better on Tac. I think Melter Rifle is super underrated on Tactical, actually, because Tactical Melta, you get to use the range variant, your ammo economy is incredible, you get HP recovery, you get stagger, you have incredible CHP recovery, you can take full advantage of secure stockpile and plasma boost. Your name is Guardsman, yet you grind Space Marine game. Ironic, isn't it? Well, to be fair, I was a major fan of Darktide first.
Our path to Aurora is barred by the Thousand Suns Silver Tap.
I don't think I ever tried Melter Rifle. Which operation do you dislike the most, Reliquary? I just don't think Reliquary is a very well set up map. And if we're going to rank bosses in this game, Helldrake's at the bottom. Automatically. Let's see. I want to have the Crux Terminalis as an Iron Halo for Tactical class, and Bulwark. I just want actual Terminator armor. What do you think of the Auto Bolt versus the Carbine Heavy Bolt Rifle? I think the Auto Bolt Rifle is like a worse version of the Bolt Carbine. I actually might prefer the Auto Bolt Rifle right now to the Heavy Bolt Rifle because it does, I'm pretty sure it has better DPS at close range. I haven't tested it, but it feels better. I think the Heavy Bolt Rifle might be the worst gun in the game currently. At least in terms of like, that's not awful. Definitely the worst gun for Heavy. What would be the worst gun in the game? Probably one of the non-accuracy Marksman Carbine variants. Those are pretty bad. The ones that lack the headshot multiplier, or one of the bolt rifle options, or the Instigator Bolt Carbine non-heroic version's pretty meh. I mean, Saber Interactive themselves said that they don't like the they don't think that the Auto Bolt Rifle will ever actually cover a proper niche in this game that other guns don't overlap. I'll tell you the most shocking thing to me is Auto Bolt Rifle is like one of the most popular guns in this game. It always has been. It always has been. Even when that weapon was dog shit, it has always been super popular in this game. I'm just saying that because I have a Veteran Sergeant as tactical, but I'm missing more Crux Terminalis items for the armor. Oh, that is fair, John. Yeah, Heavy Bolt Rifle is probably the most popular bolt rifle in the game, besides Heavy Bolter. Scoped Heavy Bolt Rifle could be fun if you're not on Absolute. I mean, you can use all the Heavy Bolt Rifles on Absolute and stuff like that. The only place where guns start to, like, really suck ass is, like, in Siege mode. That's the give and take of Siege, and like Siege is really just a DPS race at a certain point, which means like you prioritize damage over everything, even like your own healing, your own life at points, where it's just like, okay, sometimes dying over and over is just better for pushing a high wave than in a group anyways, not by yourself. And weapons like the Heavy Bolt Rifle will just never be that good. Now, I took the Auto Bolt Rifle to the Triple Hell Route way back when. That was cancerous. Auto Bolt Rifle looks cool. I take it for normal stratagems. I mean, Auto Bolt Rifle is definitely usable now in the higher strats. Auto Bolt Rifle over every other weapon. That's what I'm saying, guys. That's what I'm saying, Monkey. Like, everybody loves the Auto Bolt Rifle in this game. Even when that thing was dog shit, they love that thing. I think it's just a lot of players come into 40K or they come into Space Marine 2 and they absolutely love bolters in 40K as a setting. Auto Bolt Rifle is the coolest. See, that's what I'm saying. You guys love the Auto Bolt Rifle. Now, Titus is also a big fan of the Auto Bolt Rifle. I think everyone just loves the thunk 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 noise. Dude, hot take. I think the bolt weapons in this game have like an absolute god awful sound effect design. They sound so pathetic. They sound like a normal machine gun, which like they should not. Not all of them. Which one sounds the best, guys? Let's put a poll in. We'll make that a poll. Which bolt weapon in Space Marine 2 sounds the best? Probably the heavy bolter. I wish they'd add the stalker bolt rifle to the sniper class. It is on the sniper class. Isn't it already on the sniper class?
Stay close and sharp.
The Dark Tide bolter sounds 10 times better. Okay, well in Fat Shark, well in Saber's defense, Saber is less talented than Fat Shark is at game design. But also in Saber's defense, they work harder than Fat Shark does. Saber can take criticism better than Fat Shark can. I'll tell you that much. Saber is just anti-fun. I don't think they're anti-fun. I think Saber just has like, they're very much in love with their own design of the game. Like they have a very dedicated feeling of like what they want the game to be. Players be damned unless people all start like boycotting them. They don't really care. I don't think they care about like the general opinion of players that much at all. I really don't. Oh, you're gonna give me that melta bomb? That's very kind of you. Stalker bolt rifle. Stalker bolt rifle does sound pretty good. I don't know, guys. When I think of like plasma sound effects and stalker bolt and like bolt rifle sound effects, I always think of the Astartes animation. Like there should be an enormous amount of reverb to those, especially in like the interior areas, like Reclamation. And thank you for reminding me. I want to talk about this today. Jeff and I were going to have a discussion about this later tonight. I didn't really give a shit about the whole fiasco that was going on with like the whole head customization thing. But recently, Saber's whole DLC problem came to like a head, and people were like, why the fuck is this not part of the season pass? Why are we all waiting for this all the time? And a big issue that players were having is that the new head customization, which is actually available in the Astartes Overhaul right now for whatever reason. Like, I can actually show you guys the heads on armor in the Astartes Overhaul right now. I don't know if it's just a Supporters Edition they have, but point is, the DLC is coming out for extra money outside of the Season Pass, which I don't think matters too much, but Saber's response to it has been really bad. Because if you're on their official community Discord, they have been dickheads about this stuff. Like, massive, massive dickheads. They've been treating the players like they're idiots. Like, didn't you guys read the Season Pass? That's not in the Season Pass. How could you possibly complain about this? Yeah, they've been dickheads. They've been like, they've been very much like, it's been very goblin-like behavior. That's the best way I could put it. And like even the community managers from Saber are saying things like, "Oh, didn't you guys read the season pass?" Or like someone be like, "Why is it not part of the season pass?" And like instead of giving them an actual answer, they'll just like cheekily post an image of the season pass. I'm like, that's not how you should treat your players. Like you're a community manager for what is a multi-million-dollar company at this point. Like you should absolutely have a little bit more, I don't know, grace when dealing with people with like a pretty fair issue. Saber would be stupid to think that way. They've struck gold. In Saber's defense, I think it's hard to figure out who to listen to in this community. You're not wrong, basketball. That's nice. They need some PR training. Yep. I mean, to be fair, they said it wasn't originally planned. I mean, that's true. But if they wanted goodwill with the community, like, it wouldn't be the first time. I mean, look at Larian Studios, who will just give it out. Yeah, basically saying, can you read? It gives me very much... I'm telling you, it's like, it's Reddit goblin behavior. It's the actually power of a Reddit goblin. Saber really wants to test the sentence of, if buying is not owning, then pirating is not stealing. True. I mean, fuck, dude. Just look at Netflix prices. $18 a month? Holy fuck. How am I supposed to buy that and the Titus Mini?
They Come, brothers. My Auspex reads multitudes.
Or the guys who made Arc Raiders giving out like 50 pounds worth of premium currency for marginal server issues. At a certain point, goodwill is just something like... Listen, everybody makes mistakes. That's just life. And, like, companies are no different. But at a certain point, you just gotta, like... Don't put your boot in your mouth for an entire, like, multi-year span. A lot of companies just, like, cannot do that for whatever reason. As with a small portion of this DLC, people are looking for voice lines. I think voice lines are going to be good. Like, it looks like a good DLC. I'm just saying, you know, when you release something... Let's say you're a casual player, okay? Not everyone's, like, super invested in the Space Marine 2. A lot of players come in and out between major patches. Like, the people in this chat right now, I'd say a lot of you guys are probably from the Steam sale, but a lot of you I've known for, like, well over a year at this point. You're very dedicated players to this game, and like you guys are always here year-round. But imagine you're talking to a normal player that just bought Space Marine 2, and they're like, oh, I bought the Season Pass. Oh, there's upcoming DLC. Wait, it's not part of the Season Pass, but I just spent $40 on this. And then the company tells you, didn't you read the season, dumbass? To be fair, a Titus Mini is more important than a Netflix subscription. True. Ron, more true. Especially after how bad Stranger Things finale was. New classes, new weapons, and new operations will keep me coming back for the immediate future. Me too, Morales. Not that I was ever going anywhere, but... What DLC is not a part of the season pass? It's going to be so they're releasing a voice line and head pack DLC for Space Marine 3. They're coming out with this as a fan, like fans asked for it, but it was not planned initially. So they hired voice actors, and now they're selling it as a separate DLC apart from the season pass. And people were like, why is it not part of the season pass? And technically they're correct that it was not part of the initial plan for the season roadmap. But I just feel like as a company, the smart thing to do would have been like, if you already have the season pass, you'll automatically get it. I wonder how much it will cost. It'll probably cost like $5 or $8. Doesn't really matter that much, but the bigger issue is the way that Saber's treating people. Like, oh, you're just dumb. Didn't you guys read our fine print? I mean, this is the same company that doesn't tell people how block weapons work outside of like a patch note. Yeah, balance feels fine. I might have felt different if PvP was real. What do you mean, dude? PvP is a hot game mode in Space Marine 3. I mean, Space Marine 2. Don't worry, Mattis. All I need is one good radiating impact here. There we go. God, Melta just like absolutely farms these guys. If deleting PvP will give more content for PvE in Space Marine 3, I'm all for it. I put out a community poll for that, and like 25% of people or so said they want no PvP at all in the next game. Getting voice actors for all languages seems like it'd be expensive, so it should have been like a 20% discount with the pass.
Marines are late.
They really need to make changes to the janky weapon and class perks. They do very little or just straight up ass.
Approaching your besieged
I mean, that's been like that's been like almost a year and a half complaint at this point, Morales, and like I 100% agree with you that it's Saber run their mouth like an Eldar instead of keeping their mouth shut. I don't think Saber talks too much shit, but like they definitely say some dumb stuff. PvP with Tyrannus could be fun. Can you imagine? You know, I am curious. You know, Saber said, if Saber really wants to like bring back a ton of players to Space Marine 2, I think the answer is just a new faction. I think that would do the most. I think a new faction would do the most for this game. But then they would have to rework Siege Mode and add a whole new faction. Like every, you know, Siege Mode changed entirely. I mean, honestly, they might not even add Siege Mode for them. They don't really give a shit about that mode. But can someone tell me how to get this cloth over the shoulder pauldron? It is from the Accolade shop. If you go into the armory, you will find a little Mechanicus dude to the right of the armory. And that's where you buy cosmetics and stuff like that. Siege needs a rework anyways, true. Now Saber did say it is highly, highly unlikely that they will ever have a like a choice in Siege Mode to have only Tyranids or only Chaos. It's crap. I mean, Siege Mode could have been so much cooler than it was. As it stands right now, Siege Mode is just like... it's just a murder simulator with like no real mechanics beyond some pickups you pick up. With like a half-baked pickup system. Store system. They expanded the store. The most interesting thing in Siege Mode is the fact you can buy bots. The Dreadnought is like... it sounds cool at first, and you realize, okay, it just kills everything. I'll tell you what game did like a whole, you know, here's another thing. What's it called? How many of you guys ever played Call of Duty Extinction and Call of Duty Ghost? That was a peak game mode. Siege Mode should have been what a Halo firefight was. I mean, I think what this game needs is... I'd say they did a good job in the sense that if you play Siege Mode, you get cross progression between all modes of the game. That is a pretty big deal. Rebel SW, thank you for saying the 1 FTG membership. Thank you very much, Rebel. It's really survival from Modern Warfare 3, yeah, and I remember how little... I mean, survival was better, to be honest, because for all the shit that Call of Duty gets, Call of Duty actually had a pretty satisfying gameplay loop for horde shooters, for horde shooter mode. How would your dream version look like for Siege? That's a great question. What would I want in Siege Mode? I think multiple modes for Siege Mode. I don't think we should take away the DPS race. I think the DPS race is good for the players that want that. I think having time-based modes can be fun for like speedruns and stuff like that, and like just keeping pace. I think the option should also be there for players that don't want a timer in the mode. I think the mode would require titles like MMOs, so like have a properly expanded system for like unlocks in general. I think titles are really good for long-term grind for players, like give them something to look forward to, kind of like what Darktide has, or a lot of MMOs have. Another thing I'd probably want is the option for players to pick Tyranids or Chaos, depending on what they like, and an expansion on the store to like give more meaningful upgrades, like stuff like, okay, you can purchase a loadout station in the middle of like maybe some more interesting things, like purchasing a loadout station, maybe purchasing a like some class upgrades and stuff like that. Maybe have like an entirely different like level up system tied to Siege Mode, where like the higher level you get in Siege mode, you get some special upgrades that are only found in Siege mode. Kind of like, you guys remember Gears of War 3, where the Horde mode had like its own direct upgrades? That'd be pretty cool. Do I think it's grubby of Saber to charge for the heads and voice lines? Yes. I'm going to buy it? Yes. Same, dude. I am a sucker, after all. And no one, because everyone was too busy bitching about the campaign. Goes had some fun. Had some fun-ass game modes. Yeah. Extinction was... I know Bricky made a video on this way back when. I think that's the only video I can really remember of someone talking about. The, Alright. Kill this guy. I want to wait to do my... Alright, he doesn't want me at all. I'm just gonna get rid of one of these sorcerers. Yeah. Please don't move. Okay, well... Sometimes it's just the way the cookie crumbles. It's a cliff. That was pretty unlucky, dude. It just shoved me back into it. Oh, I gotta be careful now. I think the best play here would just be to... I'm just gonna have to hold around the boxes if my teammates are dead. It was a perfect read by the Hellroot, like, well-deserved W. This thing gives you like what, 10 sims or some shit? As somebody who's played all the COD Horde modes, Extinction was pretty mid, OG Zombies was the best, and Survival was mid too, dude. You don't like Extinction? I think Extinction was way better than Zombies. Oh, I'll re-question it in a second. Random question, is the Heroic Combat Knife a worthwhile option on Vanguard, or is it best to leave it for Sniper and use a different knife, or Chainsword on Vanguard? It's still really good on Vanguard. I mean, he has a perfect dodge boost with home reactions. He actually has the fattest perfect dodge window in the entire... Oh my god, I was not paying attention. We'll run that back. Alright, guys. Maybe I should just be spamming Pyro Blaster Attack for this. Even thinking about Halo... We're at back-to-back remakes / remasters at this point. I mean, that's all that's left in gaming, pretty much. As someone who has played all the COD Horde modes, though, Extinction better than Zombies might be the craziest take of all time, dude. You think Extinction being better than Zombies is a crazy take? Hey, FTG, what's the fastest way to earn gold? Like, RuneScape gold? Buy from the Chinese. Just kidding. Sorry my question got you killed. No, dude, it's totally fine. I feel worse for my teammates about that. AFTG, what's the fastest way to earn gold? I want to unlock all the heraldry. Just playing the... Like, I mean, Siege mode is probably not that fast, but just playing the game, really. I mean, you can sell armory if you play on on the higher level missions. I wish Gunstrike had iframes. I think iframes would be really, really broken on it. Here, we'll play this. I don't know if I'm playing TAC for this one. I could probably just play Bulwark and just roll through it endlessly. Or Heavy. But precise calibration with concentrate fire is super goated. Super goated. Spam Ruthless difficulty is balanced with green and purple tier weapons. Okay, so I'm the guy who asked about golden points. So if you go over here, this thing, if you sell these, you can requisition point your armory data. So if you're like just starting out, you can level up this way on like Shadow Knight said, through ruthless difficulty and even like lethal difficulty, you can get things like armory data for like this stuff. And you can sell all of these if you want. You also buy them, or like you can transfer them up. So the progression is a bit better than it used to be. There will be a whole progression rework in this game eventually, but that is all. Matt is left. Now we have Mad Pax EXE. That was instant, dude. I didn't even open up the lobby again. How'd that happen? Here, we're just gonna all just run bulwark. If we're trying to carry people through this, we'll just go AFK. Then I can read chat. This is probably the easiest build in the entire game. This right here. Maybe not the easiest build in the entire game, but definitely the strongest for like just face rolling content once you know the power fist works. Which heroic weapon to get first? I have Assault Prestige 3 so far, but the heroic hammer seems meh. Well, what class are you playing first, Wayne? That's that. Blockfist, is that busted, eh? I mean, Blockfist is probably gonna get nerfed. Choose Axe and it will be. I mean, Power Fist is better than Axe right now, unless you're playing Shield Bash. You're on Imperial Fist run today, I see. I mean, basically, you're just a bulwark with fucking 10 stivs, which is just ridiculous. What do you call it? Try to complete with tier 1 weapons. Choose Axe and it will be. Axe is simpler for newbies. I don't think the Axe is simpler for, you know, maybe it is because you have to know breakpoints for the Power Fist, but I don't feel like that's that crazy. Why would they nerf something in a mostly PvE game? Who's complaining? The Tyranids? Okay, so balance in a PvE game still matters. Because if you're not playing balance in if you have no balance in a PvE game, the entire experience you have every single match is going to be like a grenade launcher guys walking you through the entire map. Now, everybody plays for different reasons, but balance does still matter to an extent. Because people are going to naturally gravitate towards what is easiest, and to have like obviously some builds will always be better than others. That's just the way games work for the most part. Like, there's nothing ever be like truly perfectly balanced, but you remember the Grenade Launcher Tactical. The Grenade Launcher Tactical was just face rolling the entire game. Like, if you were to play with a grenade launcher, I remember during that time period, I would just quit games, because, like, why would I keep playing if the guy's going to be a,
But you will need my assistance in locating such an ancient machine spirit.
Assist the Adeptus Mechanicus in launch preparations and await our targeting guidance, Talassa. We should be on the ground shortly. Make sure that battle barge is ready.
Yeah, balance in a PvE game matters. Look at how Arrowhead butchered Helldivers. It's like balance, you want everything to be viable, and I would say the balance in Space Marine 2 is better now. Like, there are more strong options than there have ever been in the game. But when there's like something that's like, when something starts to take away from another player's experience because it is so powerful that you, the player, don't get to play your build anymore. This is a problem that I actually have with Darktide and some of the lower difficulties, is that some of the builds in that game are just so damn strong that you just don't have to play. With each melee weapon, they all have different block or parry windows. Hold on, let me see. What did Wayne said? I played Assault so far, Prestige 3 at the moment, and tried Tactical. I think I want to play Vanguard after Assault, to be honest. Okay, if you're playing Assault, the best heroic weapon would probably be a heroic Power Fist. If you haven't first of all, if you haven't leveled up your Power Fist, then that's a perfect opportunity to level up your Power Fist, because you can use a heroic weapon before you actually get the relic tier options unlocked. So it's a really easy way to have like a very powerful option to level with. On top of that, heroic Power Fist with Assault is one of the easiest builds in the entire game versus Tyranids, because you just get so many gun strikes to trigger your armor reinforcement off of. Ghost of Tsushima PvE also ran into the same problem. Was there a... I had never played Ghost of Tsushima. I only ever heard good things about it. Hero Power Fist for the win. Yeah, Hero Power Fist is really, really good for that. Recon Lasgun per vet is the only way to go for Havoc. You can definitely play in Plasma. They haven't nerfed Plasma yet unless you're playing like the Plague Armor. Assault is still ass. Dude, Assault has the highest siege record ever on teams and solo, and it can do all, and it can kill the Vortex Beast solo pretty damn well. Like, what are we even on? What are we even basing this on anymore? Dude, Assault has generational propaganda. Assault is amazing at Siege. Assault's just amazing at period. Like, a pre-patch 9 Assault was never, ever doing what it can do now. It's just a class now. You can't spell Assault without ass. Assault is not bad. Okay. If people knew the truth that Vanguard's actually one of the worst classes in the game for Siege right now, they would lose their minds. This must be rage bait. For Ghost of Tsushima, imagine tactical grenade launcher except the grenades have no limits, and every enemy has the HP of an Extremis. Assault can slap, and not everyone can slap with Assault. I mean, Tactical is a harder class to do content with than Assault is. At this point. Tactical is so squishy, with no mobility. Vanguard is the worst for Siege mode. He's fine in operations and hard strats. That's the only problem a lot of people don't like on Siege mode now, is that you don't really have a ton of build variety. Or, I mean, if you take builds with variety, your runs just end. They will just end at a certain point. Which happens no matter what, but like, you're not pushing shit with like an audible rifle. That's because there's no solid, like, I think what Siege mode could really use is like a solid objective beyond survive. I think if they had like multiple game mode options for Siege, that'd be pretty good. Use the butt cheek build and Assault, so the Vanguard is the worst class damage-wise, but allows people to not die as people who use healing perks as a crush. Love it. I mean, it's good if you're just trying to play the game. I mean, there's no problem with Vanguard. Not everyone's trying to, like... I mean, let's be real. You can play Vanguard up to, like, wave 30 plus easily. Probably wave 40. It's just, I like Tactical. Tactical is really fun. I think Tactical is the most balanced class in this whole game right now. Tactical is superb at what it does. Like, it is the only class in this game I feel like... that I say Assault too. Assault and Tactical properly occupy a niche. I don't know like what they were going for with Bulwark, or like Bulwark is just like the super melee powerhouse on top of being stupidly tanky. That's more of a Power Fist problem, just a purely Bulwark problem. Well, honestly, and it's a Bulwark problem. I don't think crutch perks are a bad thing for players. I think they should be in games because Space Marine 2 is just not a sweaty game. It's just not the intended design for the game at all. And if you were to make every single build take like a high skill cap to play, then the majority of the player base will have nothing to play with. Yes, it is rage bait. I play Vanguard 24/7 and carry with it. Always carry the Vanguard with that Oculus bulk carbon ability created, and I kick ass. I mean, Vanguard's not bad in like majority of content in the game. It's just not good for Siege. Halo Infinite's King of the Hill firefight mode was pretty solid and a nice change of pace for Horde mode. Halo Infinite mentioned in my chat. What year is it? Tech Marine is a new ass class. I'm actually kind of worried Tech Marine's going to be shit when it comes out. I mean, it has the block power axe, so... how shit can it be, really? What are the best comps for Siege? I think the overall best comp period is just, as of right now, is Bulwark, Attack, and Assault. That's patch 11. Maybe you could forego Bulwark for, like, a heavy. But then people would die a lot. But that might be worth the extra damage increase. But a heavy doesn't even have the double shot melta anymore, which kind of blows. Definitely capped him out a little bit more than it had to. Clutches my boomer casual for I mean, Space Marine 2's community, I love this game's community for the most part, but some people get really upset if you're just like, hey, this class is good, and they're like, no, it's not, because my personal experience with it is that it's bad. Tech Marine will replace Assault as a new worst class. I mean, reading the perk tree for it, probably. At this point, I'm 100% sure First Regardsman of Saber Psyop created to gaslight the community into thinking Assault is a good class. Alright, well, if a class is going to the highest waves of Siege mode in solo and in groups, and it's also very capable at all content in the game for operations and hard strats, how on earth are we going to call it a bad class? Like, I think we're just denying reality at that point. So, like, it is good. Is it good for everybody? Maybe not, because, but, like, if you know how to play it, it's like, okay, it's like, you know, Yasuo in League of Legends. I'm not to say that Assault is even remotely as hard to play as Yasuo, or like half of both players, but the point is that, just because your top laner is going 0-10 and hitting his power spike at 40 minutes, does not mean that Yasuo is a bad champion. Do you think I'll get early access to Tech Marine? I'll get early access like everyone else in the PTS. On PC. Like personal early access? No. I might get early access to Space Marine 3 depending. I don't shit on the, I beg. Don't worry, homies. We'll get you all up. This is why we took the cracked build. Just so... This is what I call the re-chat build. Re-chat and take all W. Brain off, head empty. Alright, I might not get everybody up, but we'll kill the boss. Up, 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 up. My teammate. Probably could just shield rush over there. No, that's tragic. If only we had more accurate running speeds for the Astartes. 65 miles per hour, my ass. When did we get Tech Marine? Patch 11. Not patch 11, patch 12, excuse me. So like March. February or March. PTS will probably be out next month. I heard some grumblings that it would be coming out this month. I don't know if that's true. You hate the Hellbrute voice so much. Oh, what do you want? You want a pleasant voice from the Hellbrute? It's a fucking Hellbrute, dude. By the way, everyone in League of Legends cannot enter the game Because Riot forgot to renew the game certificate. Well, if you're playing League of Legends in 2026, you probably got bigger problems. ASMR Helvert. Oh dear. Wow, that's nice. Guess we'll take that. And we'll bonk his head.
Ready to deploy.
Let's see. Volca movement felt like a pretty accurate representation of how Space Marines should move. Space Marines can go 65 miles per hour, dog. That's pretty good. You tried? I did indeed try. It's all you can do sometimes. Bang, bang.
Nothing further impedes your progress.
I'm kidding. I agree. I think Assault is the one class that has enough mobility to capitalize quickly when mobs report your position. It's a little harder with other classes. That's what sets it apart. If you play Assault and only hit whatever is right in front of you at all times, it's so good but not amazing. It also just synergizes really well with like Auspex and stuff like that. It also scales up in harder difficulties thanks to how many enemies there are. Really good for that. Also just fun. It's a fun class. It's unfortunate that its best build is the most boring, but at least it has a really powerful build that's not boring, the Power Axe. I've been playing through League since end of Season 1, start Season 2. I just take long-ass breaks. You better be Challenger by now. Or it's shameful. I want all war mode, pretty much like that small segment in Vox Liberatus. All the factions fighting at the same time would be fun. We dream. Multi-faction, I mean, we have the Beset thing. The next operation should have Tyranids and Chaos. Assault doesn't synergize well with random teammates and they grenade everything in front of you. I think Sabers needs to remove grenade stagger from your teammates. It's very annoying. Also, bots don't do it for a reason, which means like it registers in their brain that grenades are obnoxious. Just not for general gameplay. Now, I don't know if you guys saw my community post today. However, Astartes Overhaul added in the Captain Titus outfit, which is so fucking cool. We like that. Like a whole little cape and everything. Just in time for 500 Worlds. Friendly grenade slash barrel stagger is dumb as fuck. Preach. It's pretty dumb, isn't it? No problem, Kit Car. I'm glad I could help. FTG, whenever you're gonna watch a Astartes mod solo cosplay, dude, you will probably see more cosplay runs. You will probably see more cosplay builds because people like their cosplay in this game. Tell me, guys, what are you looking forward to the most in patch 12? Cosmetics or Tech Marine? I mean, how excited are you guys for Tech Marine, actually? That's a better question. Love your videos. Thank you, dude. I'm just waiting for the next patch until we get the Raptors pack. I honestly feel like a huge portion of Space Marine 2's audience just wants like Raptor packs and stuff like that. As many cosmetic packs as possible. I don't care really about the Tech Marine. Heal bannering your poor teammates when? Oh yeah, I forgot I have the heal banner. Don't we have 10 stims on this mission? Oh, they're already out. Well, he's level 1 snipers, that makes sense. That means we prioritize Dr. Guapo. Any date for patch 12? Only like a quarter day. Like, I mean, I'll make a video compiling that at some point, but for now, sneak peek. Guess what? It's coming out quarter 1. You know what that means? You're waiting a while. We're all waiting a while. In pain. Don't worry, buddy. Here's your banner. Look at that. I think he got that. See? The guy who asked. There it is. That's the banner. I tried to finish this hard weekly like maybe 34 times. I don't know how the fuck people are having so much trouble with this one, if I'm being honest. Like, this is just straight up hard strat, except you have 10 stims and double and like infinite ammo. It's like all I'm hearing is that people are severely struggling with hard stratagems, period. That's the case, which makes sense. It's supposed to be the hardest content. Hard strats are hard if you don't know the missions. Like, I'll take it away. I'll take away the brutalness. I mean, maybe it's not hard with this build, but some of us suck ass. I mean, I think a lot of players just don't play hard stratagems that much, but they want the weeklies done. So it's gonna be difficult. But that's why we're here. Help out. I should have probably just played this build from the start, so nobody ever said like a restart. How dare I try to have fun? How foolish. Apparently they think this map spawns more enemies. Dude, I don't know what the fuck people are talking about. I mean, it's just the same. It's the same as normal. This is literally the easiest weekly hard. I sold already and carried 2 teams on it. Don't know how it's hard, plus double ammo. I mean, 10 stims is a lot. That's 30 stims across your team. That's more than you'll like ever find in a normal game. Isn't this operation the longest one? I mean, that can vary depending on spawns, but this one, I think Relic Ferry is the longest. Would be cool if lower difficulties had some amount of enemies spawn as hard strats. Or the same amount of enemy spawns. Yeah, I mean, it feels like they do. Or you mean the normal stratagems. I think that's something I've talked about before, is that the operations, they don't properly give you the enemy count they should. Like, if you're playing on Substantial, you should be fighting more enemies than you actually are in this game. It's very dumb. Yeah, low difficulty equals no horde. Yeah, I feel like that's a big issue in this game, is that players want the horde mode experience, but they don't want to have the massive HP numbers or actually like building it that much. I thought they were going to rework the bot system so you can choose bot weapons and perks and classes for missions, since every time we'll be playing with bots. Everyone will be playing with bots when Second Ring comes out, and they'll even add bot armor, a color customization, but they aren't going to do it. They added bot customization in the sense that you can change the outfit of them. You can have like a Deathwatch kill team, that's pretty cool. But they said they're not going to add team perks to it, which I think is kind of stupid. I mean, bots are pretty easy to play with just because they've gotten progressively stronger in this game. but guaranteed reses are pretty nuts. Guesses on the Space Marine 3 enemy factions. Alright, great question, because we're talking about 500 worlds today. Necrons, number 1. I would say Necrons are almost guaranteed to be the next one. Tyranids again. I feel like Tyranids and Necrons in like a Chaos faction.
Adequate performance noted, Talassa. I have opened the gates. The cogitations are clear. We cannot preserve this blessed vehicle with such a...
Tell me I'm not going crazy, but when I play... When I get to play a load of Hellbrute spawns, and then after another spawns, after you activate the Hellbrute spawns, again it's full of 3 Hellbrutes. I've heard some people their game was bugging it. I've heard some... That's not possible in the actual game code, but if the servers disconnect you, I think it resets the potential spawns. You play both Aldari and Blood Ravens? You don't think it'll be Tyranids again? I think it definitely will. I think people like Tyranids too much in this game for them to ever not do it again. Tyranids are played significantly more in this game than they are in the Chaos faction for a reason.
Escort the fusion unit. Beginning servo carriage escort.
Due to the volatile nature of the fusion battery, safety protocols prevent it from moving without...
Got them to bring back Orcs for Space Marine 3. I know, hoping against hope for that. I would like Orcs. I would like Orcs in this game. The yellow, green, and blue Vanguard wankling around. What are we talking about?
We appear to have reached the...
They really need to have a level requirement for hard strats, at least if you are queuing solo. Well, that's where the heretical XP truth came from, where the fastest XP in this whole game is hard siege and then backing out after wave 5. But the only reason that's a problem in this game is because Saber won't level requirement anything. And Dark Tide avoided this issue by, guess what, level gating content.
Considering this planet as I have my doubts.
You can't play Orc mode in Dark Tide if you don't level up all the way. And then play Damnation for like a set amount of wins. Hey, really stupid question. There are no stupid questions. I've been playing since launch. Everything is maxed, and I complete like 75% of the hard daily stratagems. How do you lock onto enemies? I know this little icon was charging. If you look at your keybinds, and you go all the way down. Actually, where the fuck is it? It should be. For me, it's on X. Hold on. It's here somewhere. It's here somewhere. Is it actually not in the keybind? Oh. Whatever. Point is, if you hit X on keyboard and mouse, and I believe it's analog stick on the controller, I just missed it. I just went over it. Oh yeah, look at me. I'm just barreling through these guys. Yeah, on keyboard and mouse, it's X. Oh, my teammates are dead. That's awkward. Maybe I shouldn't have been in the menu. It's in the keybind. You saw it twice. Let me check again. Yeah, lock on target right here. Okay, it was. I just missed it because I'm blind. You passed it 5 times. Well, I was also trying to pay attention to the fact that, like, listen to the noises around me, you know. It's a very, very turbulent time in this here Space Marine game. The true AFK build. Why I told you, dude. It's the read chat build. Thank you all. May the Emperor protect. Yes, brother. May the Emperor protect. God damn. You're excused only because you pulled off a power move scrolling through the keybinds during a wave. I'll do it again, too. And my teammates came back so fast. I hate the lock, almost gets me killed. It's because the lock on in this game is like stupidly like it'll pull your camera, it'll just drag you around mercilessly. You don't break the lock. Like you have to lock on and then de-lock because this game is awful. Thunderhammer on Bulwark any good? It's his worst weapon, but only because losing the shield sucks, but it's still a good weapon. This would not be nearly as much of an issue if Saber would fix that god-awful prestige grind. True. What Saber needs to implement at this point in the game's life cycle is, if you're going to bring in new players to your Space Marine Horde shooter, you need to take a note out of what Battlefront 2 has been doing for like the past 7 years almost, it feels like. Where every Wednesday is like a triple XP. Every single Wednesday, every week, for years on end, is triple XP. Every Friday's reinforcement spam, that one sucks, but that's besides the point. Can you show the shoot button? This is the show your keybinds build, yeah. I mean, this probably is the single best build in the game for carrying hard strats. Unless there's like a broken bulwark or something. I'm gonna say it right now, if this game didn't have the prestige grind, I probably would have stopped playing it months ago. That's fair. And you know what? I don't think you're wrong to say that. But I was actually, in my wee brain today, I was considering new ideas of like what this game could add as like a reward system, just out of my own brainstorming. And I think a huge part of the reason that like what happens in Space Marine 2 is Space Marine 2 doesn't have an end game. There is no end game to this game. That's the tragic truth of the Space Marine 2. Can you show the build again at the end? I think I've made this build many times, but yes, I can make it again. If you guys are curious. 2 bots are the best build for hard strats. 2 bots in this build are probably the best way to kill every single hard strat ever you possibly, unless it's like suboptimal state or actually no, even then. Even then. Oh, we didn't push it. It's awkward. Extremis Fridays, where killing one gives an extra 500 XP. So, on the note of what I was saying before, there is no endgame in Space Marine 2. Like, drip is a real endgame, and like people say it as a joke, but it's actually true. Accolades grinding is supposed to be the endgame, but the unfortunate reality is, unlocking items, I don't consider that an endgame. Like, cosmetic rewards, that's more reasonable, and that's also what accolades kind of fill. They fill that role. But cosmetic endgames should not be the only endgames. Or I should say, like, weapon grinding is not content to me. It's content because there's nothing else to do in this game. The endgame of Space Marine 2 is enjoying the ride. True, dude. What do you mean endgame? The war is eternal, only in death and to the end. Yes, brother, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Forgive me for my transgressions. Also, unlocking those damn perks for every class just makes them so much more fun. And that is also true. Grit Marine is the true endgame. You're not wrong.
Charging sequence initialized. 0.01% and rising.
That's what you're saying, they need to add a battle pass? No, they do not need to add a battle pass. What you can do, so an option they can do beyond a battle pass would be add in titles like an MMO. Add in like a long-term grind that is easy to implement, but like it takes a while and is rewarding for the player. Like give players a reason to play long-term. Like I don't think just like a random thing of unlocking cosmetics in like a battle pass on a guaranteed timetable is fun for players at a certain point. I mean, it keeps people playing, but like, let's say if you play Helldivers 2, you play the battle pass, you unlock your shit, and then you probably wait for the next one. I think there is a reason that MMOs like World of Warcraft, like Guild Wars, like RuneScape have such a die-hard fan base because they have things for endgame players to grind. There are titles, there are boss titles, like you killed 1,000 Carnifexes, you now get this piece of armor. Things like this keep people playing. If there's something in your game that requires 1,000 hours to get, for example, the Poxbreaker title in Darktide is like 1,000,000 kills total.
Routing signal data through telemetry systems.
Did that fucking spawn to like 10 plus cow spawn? It looks like it did.
Calculating trajectory.
Behold, our death strike is up.
We need the shoulder pads of the thumbnail from Warden of Ultramar Titus. I'll talk to Killer Whaley. I'll beg him to tell the devs that they should add in like a proper cape. But Saber said no capes. They're like fucking Edna. Pulling some incredible shit on us. They said no capes and no cape coloring. You guys fuck with Pixar, right? Mr. Anderson, thank you for $5 super chat. Do you think Space Marine 3 will have Gilliman in it? He doesn't have to have a major role. I just have to see him in a cutscene. It would be so cool. I think that Gilliman will definitely be in Space Marine 3. I mean, Gilliman's in games. We have Calgar here. Calgar is like the chapter master of the Ultramarines. So having Gilliman is like the natural progression of that, I feel. Titus didn't get sucked into a turbine when he was falling. Edna type shit, no capes. Yeah, exactly, Josh. Shame that Bulwark has not like healed teammates. I mean, I healed them. I did heal them. One of them was level 1. I mean, they just wanted, they asked for the carry, and it was granted. How much do you think they'll change the mechanics for Space Marine 3 relating to Necrons? I would say... I have no idea, actually. No bolt. I mean, I'm not a game dev. I can't tell you like the exact way they would do that here. Oh, a handshake, brother. Alright, you're Kakarodones. Be careful, I have a very large hand. Oh, that feels like, dude. You didn't even grab him. I'll do it again. Gilliman cutscene will be him looking at a spreadsheet. Thank you for the carry, no problem, Mugwise. Do it again. Do it again. Did I even grab his arm? Look at it from here. What the fuck? Like, he had like a thumb over it. Okay, I guess it's the best they can do. Thank you guys for playing. But we can help out there. Now, whoever needs their weekly, again, get in here. And then we're going to talk about the Emperor. And then I'm going to grab more coffee. Hey, grab the forearm. You tickled the nips from there. Yep, true. It'd be funnier if the hand shook your pointer finger. That would be pretty funny. The Emperor, my favorite topic. It really is the Imperium's favorite topic. Aren't the 500 worlds mainly infested by Tyranids? Tyranids, and there was a Death Guard invasion that got partially pushed out by Iron Hand. We'll get back to that. Okay. Oh wow, we got people already. Dark Soul, Ryusi, and Carnage. Dude, I'm gonna start doing this all week. Oh my god. What's the build called or whatever? Oh, hello. That's a power move right there. Brother! Alright, somebody asked about this build. This is the easy. I'll make another build guide for this. I swear to God, I'll do it. This is probably the easiest build in the whole game for hard strats. This is the de facto build I take whenever I'm like, okay, what are we doing? We're doing hard strats, and somebody wants to win every single time. I don't know what my win rate with this build is, but it's probably like... It's gotta be like 80, 90% on hard strats. It's like, it's kind of impossible to die with this one. You have to have a pretty mean... You can take Intimidating Aura if you want. But like... I mean, we'll take that here. Because we can. Watsy Kakeb with a tier 1 sub. Congratulations. You now have access to 1 emote. Soon to be 2. I had an emote guy. He fell through. Fucking emote guy, dude. Hate that guy. Incorrect. 2, about to be 3. That's true, Osborne. Also, Osborne, I got your Steam thingy. I did add you on Steam. I saw that. I don't check my Steam too often, but we did. Guys, one day I'm just gonna hard drop like 30 emotes, and you guys will be like, what the fuck? Remember how it took me a year to like not alt tab my game? Why the second signature perk rather than the third one? Because you don't need... Well, Defensive Mastery is incredible for just insta-eliminating like a melee Terminator and stuff like that, but also the third one is redundant with Merciless Resolve because you can just shield bash air and trigger a no knockback no matter what. Bro, I could hook you up with some even? Well, DM me. You have me on Discord. DM me. I'm notoriously bad at getting back to DMs, but...
It is a sacred relic, filled with ancient splendor.
You're a chosen one, Osborne. You are the chosen one. I think Death Guard would be more fun to fight than Thousand Suns. I mean, I agree, Morgan. Now, before I went downstairs to get coffee, I said something along the lines of Iron Hands stop Death Guard. What I meant to say is Sons of Medusa help stop Death Guard, because the Iron Hands could never be so base. Yeah, whatever, dude. Keep on lying like that. Then I'll get emotes eventually. I said I'd get a second monitor eventually, and I did. It only took a year. Which Primarch do you think comes back next? A Word on the Street is Lehman Russ. Death Guard can also be bullet sponges anyway. I don't think bullet sponges are bad inherently. Just depends how present they are. The problem with Death Guard is that fighting them should poison everything around them. I mean, that's true, but Nurgle shows up in games all the time anyways. It's like some gameplay liberties are always taken. More of a rule of cool, like, for that, I feel. Eventually, dude, I'm telling you, okay? It's coming.
Avenging angel.
Necrons and Death Guards a lot of green. Well, that's because they want to make a lot of green on their Space Marine 3. Fighting Leandros would actually be pretty fun. You know, I don't feel like Leandros will fall to Chaos or anything like that. I think Leandros is actually a pretty good chaplain. I know we talked about this earlier, but Leandros is not a bad guy. He was pretty justified in like everything he did in Space Marine 2. Maybe like in Space Marine 1 he was a bit of a dickhead. But Titus is sus as fuck. Like, let's be honest. How are you killing things so fast? Because I have a Power Fist and it does a lot of damage. Who do you think is prettier, Loyalist, Fulgrim, or Sanguinius? Okay, listen. Like, obviously we're down bad for Sanguinius, but we can't deny reality, which is that Fulgrim was the prettiest boy of all the Primarchs. That's just the ever-present truth of 40k. The Coax Astartes does not approve what you just said. What did I just say? What did I say? I said the truth. SCG, what's up, my lord? Af. Guys, Fulgrim is canonically the hottest Primarch. What are we talking about? He is like he has the pretty boy chapter. It's like it's his whole chapter. Emperor's Children. They're just one giant boy band. Okay, that's all it is. Leandros was just following his codex and what he has been told. Yeah, Leandros isn't that bad, guys. Okay. Chaplain is supposed to support the Marines, right? All Leandros does is or codex, blah 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 on them. It's just Ultramarine code. Like that's just how Ultramarines are. Emperor's Children are the new One Direction? Yeah, pretty much. I haven't heard the name I haven't heard the title of One Direction in many years. When I was in high school, people would not shut the fuck up about that boy band. What direction did they go? Oh, wherever they went. Leandro's Spacebook says no. I mean, like all things in entertainment, peak and fall off is inevitable for all entertainers. But some people just straight up vanish. What Chaos Faction was in the first game? Corn. Like blood letters and stuff. Pretty cool. Black Templars can't read, God wills it. I like Black Templars. Black Templars get like an inordinate amount of drift in this game. The thing about Leandros in Space Marine 1, according to the Codex, he should have brought his worries to the Chaplain first, not the Inquisition. Yeah, calling the Inquisition, bitch move. But, I still think Leandros is, like, pretty chill, you know? Leandros is a pretty chill guy. Like, people do not hate Leandros. He's mellowed out in the past 100 years. Actually, no, he hasn't. He's got a big stick up his ass. But I think he is a pretty good chaplain. I mean, you guys can take that if you want. But if you want to gift it to me, I won't say no. Anyone know if the Space Marine remake is any good? I mean, I would say it's a definitive way to play Space Marine 1 now. What is reading guides? It's like riding a car or something? I don't know, dude. I wouldn't know anything about that. And Astartes reading? What is this? Librarians? Yeah, dude. We don't have any librarians in this game, dude. We don't have any books, okay? The Codex Astartes is actually like an oral tradition. We've given up on books in the 41st millennium. Leandro's the kind of guy to remind the teacher about the homework, I tell you. Dude, we all hated that guy in high school. We all hated that guy. Bet I'm gonna have to get it. Yeah, the remake is good. I mean, I think Space Marine 1 is a severely outdated game in a lot of ways, but it was like the quintessential 40K game for a while. Like that in Dawn of War. Chaplain is perfect for him. He cannot advance in ranks any. He is stuck. Dude, he's just stuck with the eternal stick up his ass. You ever play as the Unpainted Legion? No, I've never played. I have yet to play as the Pile of Shame Legion, but can you tell me about the Covenant of Fire? What is their deal? The Covenant of Fire are like, they're Salamander successors that are Lord Keepers. That's their whole thing. I don't think they're all that interesting compared to the other Salamander successor chapters. They have cool looking armor, but like, they remind me a lot of the Tome Keepers for the Ultramarines.
The crane requires
Though, the Tome Keepers kind of do the same thing. Like, guess what? Name gives it away. They collect tomes. Who would have thought the Tome Keepers collect books for a bunch of nerds? But the point is that, on top of that, they will also, they're allegedly a Firstborn Marine Legion, or chapter. And I think that's stolen valor, because when I looked up Tome Keepers, all I saw was Primaris images, so, like, like a big little baloney to me. Do you think the Codex has pictures in it to make it easier for Astartes to understand? I think they probably added pictures to the Codex Astartes to, like, more easily transition Spacefuls, but then they realized that Spacefuls were also too dumb for coloring books. So, yeah, that's probably what happened. What's the fastest movement? Shield charge spam, chainsword sprint, plus roll, or dash spam? Probably jetpack.
The crane has finished moving the pallet.
But I haven't actually tested it. Shield rush spam is probably the fastest.
Sure nothing further impedes your progress.
Hey Guardsman, who is your favorite chapter master? Mine is Logan Grimnar, because he gave the Inquisition the middle finger. I would say it's between, for me, it's Tiberos or Dante. Those are my two favorite. The Shark Father, the Shark Allfather. Space Wolves would have a scratch and sniff codec. That is pretty funny. Like, guys, the picture book is not working. Give them the scratch and sniff codex. Quickly. Aren't Space Marines quite intelligent? I'm asking someone who has only sporadic 40k grass lore knowledge. Yes, they are smart. I mean, just like all humans, there are varying levels of intelligence. Now, Primarchs and Custodies are like genuine geniuses almost across the board. I mean, Lehman Russ might be the dumbest Primarch, but the dumbest Primarch is still smarter than any human, technically. Whether or not the feats actually showcase that, it's a different story entirely, because they are written by people, so they do some pretty dumb stuff. They have street smarts, yeah, pretty much. It feels like. But allegedly, like, a Custodes and a Primarch, they're supposed to be the absolute perfection of humanity. You know, this is actually a great topic to talk about for a second. Custodes are... They are the chapter. Oh, hold on. Custodes, unlike Space Marines, are fundamentally inhuman because of how perfected they are. Like, to put this in perspective, they are a true abomination of genetic engineering to, like, an untold degree. Something is not quite right about Custodes. They are more of a feat of genetic engineering than, like, warp magic. Primarchs are made from, like, straight-up stolen warp theft from the Chaos Gods. There's just something inherently incorrect about them as well in a completely different way. And because of that, because of the fact that these Primarchs are made, they are as much children of the warp as as children of man. And because of that, Space Marines take from their gene seed and are usually warp corrupted in different ways. Custodes pretty much never get corrupted for that reason. Custodes are like, they're more like automatons, perfect human automatons than anything else. They are perfect in every way, except they're inhuman because of that. They're like they're supposed to be like the greatest artists, the greatest minds. They're supposed to be like perfect at art, perfect at lore keeping, perfect memory recall, perfect warriors. But there's something that's not right about them. It's always been pretty interesting for me. Is that the greatest strength of the God Emperor isn't just his psychic potential, which is a huge part of it. Oh, me and my boy. Russ pretends to be dumb. Russ is pretty I don't know, dude. He does some pretty dumb stuff.
The Imperium says no! Our glorious battle strengthened
Get punched. Where do the Grey Knights fall? Grey Knights were made as a last-ditch effort by the God Emperor of Mankind when he knew that shit was about to go tits up in the Horus Heresy. And he was like, I might not make it. Like, the God Emperor was not entirely stupid. He knew that, like, Horus was a genuine threat to his Imperium. And he told Malcador the Sigillite, who was his right-hand man, that you need to go and get us the proper necessary ingredients to make the anti-Chaos Battalion. So Malcador went on his Lord of the Rings adventure and gathered all the secret items and magical trinkets that he needed to perform this incredible feat. And they made a chapter from the gene seed of the Emperor himself on top of like Malcador, and he was like one other guy. So it was like a composite gene seed, I believe. And they're all Psychers because of that. And allegedly none of them have ever fallen to Chaos, but they still take precautions because they are, at the end of the day, they are not Custodians, they are Space Marines. So they're basically a perfect print of human capacity, but ironically this perfection makes them imperfect. Yes, that is Custodians in a nutshell. Custodians can't be corrupted by Chaos, but Custodians are also never going to be the leaders of humanity because they are just not... They're barely human. They were not, like, part of the Emperor's vision. It would seem. Thunder Warriors or Astartes, which one would you choose? I mean, Thunder Warriors were pretty strong, but not exactly like a long-term plan. 40K fans just get lore from YouTube shorts, so they think Lehman is dumb. I mean, Lehman Russ is smart. The dumbest Primarch is still the smartest, is still smarter than like any human, but... He's not like a total mouth breather. Like, maybe he shouldn't have been so gung-ho about Magnus. That's more like an inherent character flaw than pure stupidity. So the Grey Knights are really the ultimate Space Marines. They're intended to be. Do they actually wind up being that? No. What about Thunder Warriors? Thunder Warriors were like the proto-Space Marine. They were like... if you like Halo, you ever heard of Flash clones? It's kind of similar to... Not entirely similar, but they were like... They're a dumpster force, is how I put them. Where they're not long-term viable, okay? Like, eventually they'll just collapse. But as like an immediate force, they're pretty good. Can Space Marines get drunk? The Fenrisians use a like very special like toxin basically to get drunk, but like normal alcohol will not affect them at all. Captain America type shit. I mean, if you watch like YouTube lore shorts, I give word bearers shit all the time just to make fun of Fridge. But if you watch YouTube lore shorts, you might get the incorrect impression in a lot of cases about like how intelligent these characters are, and like that every character was just some walking powerhouse in 40K. 40K is pretty strong. But like most of the power of the Emperor came from like his sheer mass of like forces on top of genetic engineering, on top of the fact that he himself was this powerful Psyker. Like that came into effect, but that was only part of it. 2 brutes in 1 run? Damn, yeah. Why would he shun Custodians? Are exactly as they should be his greatest creations, because they're not Psychers, and he wanted humanity to be an evolved race. In fact, Custodians are so warp resistant that he just stabbed Draknien, like one of the greatest warp artifacts ever. If you're unaware, Draknien is like a sword or like spear, depending on who you ask. And it is like it's possessed by one of the worst warp demons ever, one of the worst demons of chaos to ever live. And the Emperor's temporary plan to deal with it was he just stabbed it into a Custodes and told him to run away with it. Because the Custodes is so inherently warp incorruptible that it was the best option at the time. Isn't there a chapter that fights demons inside themselves in indoctrination, but if they die, they don't get more resistant to the warp? Anything of Exorcist. Yeah, the Exorcists are pretty good. They're like the Grey Knights, except less OP. And they don't have Calor Drago. Calor Drago. You think Titus could join the Grey Knights? No. The Grey Knights are something you're like born into, basically. But like I mean, they take recruits to give them the Gene Seed, but he has a Gilliman Gene Seed. He's gonna be Ultramarine. The Death Watch is a completely separate organization. Like they take from all chapters. I don't think they take.
Cogitations are clear.
They take from the.
This blessed vehicle with such a meager number of troops.
Do you think the Tyranids will end up winning 40k? I mean, now that the Necrons all wake up.
That battle barge for flight.
Also, the Tyranids are running away from something much worse.
Free of Demarium's gravity in its present condition.
In what ways are the Grey Knights disappointing? A lot of people think that like Haldor Drago especially is a little OP. They think that like Grey Knights are just like they're promoted to be like a little too perfect. They don't have like enough character flaws. I don't entirely agree with that. I like Grey Knights personally.
There's no charge to start the ship's reactor.
We shall supply the spark.
I think Grey Knights take recruits from the black ships. That would make sense. They're all psychers.
There's a fusion battery unit we could use.
Does Death Watch have a Primarch or Master? They don't have a Primarch, but they do have a Master. Whatever they call them.
Those areas of the facility are compromised.
Traitors equal morons, easy, so they just tried to force perfectly in my book, not gonna lie.
Nature of the fusion battery. Safety protocols prevent it from moving without an attendant. Feed it along the tracks to the junction station.
Well, the ones we see are scouts now for the Tyranids. Well, the Tyranids they're an extragalactic species, like they're not from the Milky Way. And because of that, that's why they have all like, there's something weird about the Milky Way, we can talk about this as well, that there's something in our galaxy, in particular, that just bleeds into the warp. Like, the warp is presented as an external dimension. It is always around,
Assuming they possess the
but we can't see it unless it, like, occasionally leaks in. Like, chaos, corruption...
The Ultramarine
Here, let's put it in a way that everyone will understand who has never, like, read 40k. I assume you guys have all seen Stranger Things. It's basically just the Upside Down. It's always there, but, like, there's not always a gate to it. And those gates open up depending on emotions of people, rituals done by cultists and stuff like that, and people who are like particularly susceptible to it, or of course, when your local psyker rips a demon portal out of his own ass and pours in the beast and Nurdle. Death Watch is the secret service to fight Xenos, so no Primarch. They're from any chapter. Yes. Correct, Inquisitor, thank you. Grey Knights try to be like Custodes. No, in some ways. They are... I mean, their primary function is Demon Hunters. Everything they do, everything a Grey Knight is built up to do, is they are a force against chaos. That was their entire purpose. They were the last resort. They were like a last resort of the Emperor, a last-minute change. Who was like, we need to make these guys, because if I am gone, we need a Astartes force dedicated to fighting chaos, and they're pretty damn good at it.
to see this act of desperation.
And they're also not stupid. Like, even though there has never been an officially corrupted Grey Knight, they still take precautions. Like, they don't. They assume that they can be corrupted. And I feel like part of that's because the God Emperor and like telling Malkador to do that. It's like, don't be so stupid and foolish again, like we were with the Primarchs. Just assume they won't get warp corrupted. I see Grey Knights are like the CIA before people know about them. Pretty much. Grey Knights are a militant arm of the Order Malleus, aka Demon Hunters. That's why their game title is called Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. You ever played it? Pretty fun. What could pose a bigger threat to other alien species than the Imperium's plot armor? That's a good question. The Imperium's plot armor is pretty overwhelming. I meant Titus in the game will be available to the Astartes Overhaul Update mod. That is true. Yeah. Killer Whaley was kind enough to give me the Spores Edition for that. Very nice of him. But, Killer Whaley being the author of the Astartes Overhaul. He did tell me, the author of the Astartes Overhaul did tell me some little sneaky tidbits of what they're going to be putting out. I don't know how much he wanted me to say. He didn't give me like a... Obviously there's no NDA for a mod, but I assume some of it was said in confidence. So I can't spill the beans, but let me tell you guys. Cool shit coming. The game was hard, bad writing. A Chaos Gate Demon Hunters, it's pretty much just like XCOM 40K. It was actually a surprisingly good game. I'll probably play it on stream eventually. That's one of my, honestly, that's one of the more playable, streamable 40K games that's out there because it's turn-based. Titus cannot take out a Custodes. Technically no, but practically maybe. Enough plot armor, he definitely could. But should he? No. Will he? If he ever had to fight a Custodes, he's probably going to win. That's what you guys saying. The war in heaven is what made the Emperor be known as the Antithema? Yeah, Antithema. Am I even fucking... Are you talking about the antithesis? The anathema. Is that even a word I've ever heard my whole life? Hold on. Am I illiterate? Anathema. New word. Unlocked by Guardsman today. What do you call it? It's the other Chaos Gods? That is true. You're supposed to be the Dark God. The Dark Prince. But, you don't roll like that. More lore for the lexicon. Yeah, every now and then, dude, someone just whips out some new vocab. I feel like I've heard that word many times before, pronouncing correctly though. I just heard how it's pronounced. That is not. That is not how people are saying it to me before. Does by chance anyone know when they will drop these books they announced on Warhammer Day, the collection for the Horus Heresy? I am not sure of the exact date. I'm sure someone in chat does know. Is the mod made up of assets in game or added assets? It's a kit bash mostly, but I can show you guys after we do a few more runs. Once we're done helping people here.
Defend the fusion battery.
It's pretty cool. The customization is pretty cool. Force fights them out. It sounds like you're having a stroke, big dog. A lol, anathema. Dude, I'm always having a stroke. Perpetually warp tainted. W modders is big W from them. In some ways, a Big E saved humanity, but also doomed them in a sense, as now Chaos had a target. Well, Chaos was going to pop up eventually no matter what. Without the God Emperor, humanity would have been like straight up fucked, unless he's like entirely responsible for the current state. But like the God Emperor, he's all about humanity, but like not just humanity, his humanity. He didn't really give a shit about like humanity on the individual level. It was more of like, you know, the greater good kind of thing. And he viewed himself as the greatest good, so it was either his way or the highway. What do you mean you're always having a stroke? Pause. What do you mean? That's exactly what I said. It's the warp taint. Wow. That sucks. I didn't expect that would one-shot me. Well, I guess it one-comboed me. I have to do this. Space Marine 2 just disconnected me at wave 18. I lost all my progress. Thanks, game. Dude, siege mode disconnects are brutal. They are very rude. Terminators be scary like that. Just when you sit in their missile launcher. Yeah, disconnected at wave 34. It sucks. Dude, the wave 30 plus disconnects are like the most troll.
Where shall I plant this flag?
What's the Astartes to Custodes ratio in a fight? Isn't like 10 Astartes to take out 1 Custodes? Dude, I would honestly still put my money on a Custodes. But Custodes are pretty inconsistent in power level. Thank you, Froggy, for posting the article. of when the new books come out.
Charging sequence initialized.
Something I don't understand due to ignorance probably is why don't they allow him to die so he can be reborn and probably wage war on Chaos again? Well, because, let's put it this way, the Imperium runs on the Emperor, they need the Astronomicon, so in that time period, humanity would be in the greatest Dark Age it has ever seen since like the since the God Emperor revealed himself pretty much, but like honestly worse than that. Like, let's put this in perspective. Here's a little, like, what-if scenario. If the Emperor died on the throne right now, the Astronomicon goes out. All warp travel is now impossible to humanity. They have to sit there and wait, and on some backwaters planet, maybe, the Super Ultra Emperor baby will be born. And then they have to wait another, like, you know, good 20-plus years, maybe, for him to, like, finally unlock his full potential and lead them to the new age. But even then, that Emperor wouldn't even necessarily have the power of the one that we know on the throne, because part of the Emperor's power is stolen Chaos power, and another portion of that, even if he does retain that, he wouldn't necessarily have the genetic knowledge that he would require, that he got from the Dark Age of disputed growth.
Numerous errors detected due to signal interference.
Unbelievable. What do we know about how / when Sanguinius met the Silent King? I'm not super knowledgeable on that, to be honest.
Behold, our death strike is unleashed.
The Giga Super Mega Emperor baby. Yeah, dude, it just be boss baby again. All it is. Yeah, so if the Emperor dies, it would only take 20 years. Listen, we're assuming that, like, the God Emperor is such a perfected specimen that, like, he just hits peak the moment his, like, the moment he reaches adulthood. But to expand upon this, basically, humanity will lose all light, we lose all space travel, we're tossed into a dark age where we are hoping that, like, the Emperor might be reborn somewhere, because humanity has a ton of planets. He would likely be reborn to humanity on at least one of those, but it could be in the middle of fucking nowhere. It could be on a planet that has literally zero space travel capabilities at all, and how the hell are they even, like, regroup in the first place? And a big issue with the Emperor is a lot of the Emperor's power, a lot of the Emperor's, like, ability to wage war is not just psychic potential, it's the fact that he had genetic knowledge, knowledge of genetic engineering lost in the Dark Age of technology. Because when the Emperor revealed himself initially, after the Dark Age of technology happened, during the Age of Strife, he was like, what's up, guys? I have the secret text. I've been storing up all the knowledge for, like, you know, thousands and thousands of years. Let me go and lead you to a brighter humanity. And the humanity that he's going to be a part of at that point in time, in the 41st millennium, if he was reborn, he wouldn't know shit. He might be an OP psyker, but, like, unless he retains his personality for whatever reason, they're pretty cooked. One second, let's get some more people in here. Whilst people were partying, the Emperor was studying. Exactly. I only read it the heresy, but the immortals there come back close to where they died. The bigger issue is, like, do you want to be the guy who risked the Emperor dying? Like, just ask yourself, you're a High Lord of Terra, and, like, you're living the good life comparatively in the Imperium. Do you want to take the risk of the Emperor dying and lose all warp travel on, like, the off chance he might come back? And, like, humanity, like, by the time the Emperor comes back to do something serious, humanity's probably cooked. Hey guys, second to regards Emperor here. Yeah. Pretty much. Surely Gilliman can hold things together until Baby E is ready. I don't know, can Gilliman run the Astronomicon? I fucking doubt it. We just need Dorn back. Is this info off the dome? I mean, well, we know for a fact that if the Emperor dies, the Astronomicon is gone. Or, like, they can't really run it. The only people that could sit on the Golden Throne to run the Astronomicon. Oh, also, don't forget that if the Emperor dies, a gigantic demon portal rips open on Earth. There's also that. Yeah, we need Vulcan to do that.
For the Emperor! For the Emperor!
You've read Ashes of the Imperium then, FTG? Only parts of it. Some excerpts. Okay. Yeah, we're essentially constantly putting a plaster on a wound that needs stitches, okay? Also, humanity isn't exactly altruistic. Like, the current leaders of humanity in the Imperium, they don't really give that much of a fuck about anything beyond their personal whims. Like, the High Lords of Terra and Rabute Gilliman got into a big scuffle. This happened in Watchers of the Throne book. You should read it in the Era of Ruin short stories. A lot about the Emperor. I read some pretty good part. There are some pretty good bits of that, but I definitely give it a full read. Emperor dies. Terra detonates due to Talisman of Seven Hammers. Also that. Isn't the Golden Throne itself falling apart? The reality of 40K is they should probably abandon Terra, but they can't, because abandoning Terra would mean, first of all, like, if you're a humanity's ruler, you can't really claim to be the leader of humanity when you don't even have your own homeworld. Like, the birthplace of humanity is still there. That is why, during the Age of Strife, when the God Emperor came back, I mean, it makes sense. You conquer Terra first, because that's where you are, and if you're going to call yourself the Emperor of Mankind, and you don't own the birthplace of humanity, it's pretty stupid, you know? It's like calling yourself the President, you know, of the White House.
Well, but you will need my assistance in locating such an ancient machine spirit.
Is there a way to kill a Chaos Marine without it being reborn in the warp? I mean, the Emperor did snuff Horus. Like, if you're a powerful enough Psyker, you can snuff somebody's warp signature out forever. That is what happened to Horus. Otherwise, he would have been almost certainly reborn as a Demon Primarch and come back all the way up to the 41st millennium. And the Imperium would probably be dead, because he'd be like the most busted-ass Primarch ever, but the God Emperor did him a real solid and pinched his brain and blew him. Well, actually, he pinched his soul. And... well, the Golden Throne is basically not understood. Ashes goes into it a lot. I'll be like, I'll pick that one up. I'll give the audiobook a listen. That'll be the next read. Abaddon is getting closer to Horus level back then. Yeah, and Abaddon's a big issue. The Black Legion is probably one of the more capable Chaos Legions currently. Don't perpetual bodies just reform? Don't perpetual bodies just reform when they die, not actually reborn as a baby? I'm pretty sure they're just reborn as children. Or maybe I'm just getting confused with Attack on Titan. And like Titan, and like the Founding Titan getting reborn into like all the Eldians. There's a lot of contradictory lore, or I should say, maybe there's not contradictory lore, but there's contradictory information from people who didn't fully understand something, so I could be wrong. Any Space Kings enjoyer? Brother. You were among friends. We are all Space King enjoyers here. How do Chaos Legions get more Marines? Well, you know, there are a lot of cultists. You know, you can take from cultists. They usually just capture children or something like that. Give them. They also have their own gene seeds. That's actually a big problem with the Thousand Sons, is that because they're all dust, because all the Thousand Sons were on the journey to Chaos Spawnage, on a wonderful journey to being like Fallout-type mutants, pretty much. Like, you see all these little Zangors, these yoked-out Zangors, steroided-up guys that we're fighting right now? That was going to be like the entire life of Chaos Spawn at a certain point. Why do Imperial Fists have a rivalry with the Iron Warrior? Because Iron Warriors are all about sieging and Imperial Fists are all about defending walls. So they're kind of the antithesis of each other, but also it's because Peter Turbo and Rogaldorn do not like each other at all, and there's a big shebang in the Siege of Terra. Doesn't Nurgle torture an Eldari with experimental plagues? Nurgle's tortured a lot more than an Eldari with experimental plagues, but yes. I believe so. Also, Vulcan killed an Eldari baby one time. That happened. How long do you think it will be for Titus to become Chapter Master of the Ultramarines or successor chapters? Probably 5 years, Kermit. Also, what's up, Kermit? I don't know if you're here already.
Join me directly.
Some gene seeds are lost in corruption like the ones from the Emperor's Children. Yeah, it's not exactly like... You know, it's one of these things where not every single heretic legion views chaos the same way. For example, Night Lords don't even like chaos. They just hate the Imperium. They don't give a shit about chaos. They're not really like a chaos legion as much as they are a heretic legion alone. Things like the Iron Warriors. Iron Warriors don't like... Iron Warriors, they're not a big fan of like random warp mutations that they get. So like what Iron Warriors will do sometimes is they'll chop off their mutant arms and just replace them with cybernetics. Again, I teach you to read Ashes. Which part? Which part is this relevant to what we're talking about? Oh, the Abaddon. Abaddon will never approach Primarch level simply because he will not accept Chaos Gifts. Doesn't exist in both reality and the warp. Genuinely moves Iron Warriors forward. All right, you sold me on Ashes, dude. Iron Warriors got used a lot like shock troops, right? Well, Peter Turbo was in charge of Terra, of like the Siege of Terra, until he got replaced by Mortarion, I believe. I mean, the Iron Warriors, they are the greatest offensive siege masters, as somebody in chat put it. Hi FTG, I know you're a fan of Blood Angels, but have you ever thought about turning back to the classy side of the Adeptus Astartes and join me in the true light of the Wolves? I mean, Space Wolves were in my top 5 chapters. I wouldn't say they're classy, though. They might be the least classy. I don't know, guys. Do you think of classy when you think of Fenris? Not really, yeah. Night Lords are only good at terror tactics. Dude, Night Lords are like, they are the epitome of win at any cost. Any W is a W. Like, it doesn't matter how you pulled it off. I think mead drinker. They do drink mead. I hope we get to see some more Chaos Legends in action in Space Marine 3 at the very least. Khan the Betrayer would make me happy. I know, I put a poll out for this, like, do people want to see Chaos Heretic Astartes operations? You know, Heretic Astartes, I think one of the most interesting portions of the lore is how all the Primarchs fell. Classy equals Fulgrim. Yeah, Emperor's Children are pretty classy, but Space Wolves are anything but classy. 500 Worlds with Necrons would be awesome. Necrons are cool. I imagine we're going to see more Necrons as time goes on, because Necrons and Tyranids are pretty in the forefront of 40k right now. Nids that did get their asses kicked a lot. Well, yeah, Tyranids can't really win.
I shall remain here
Bro, you tried the multi-modes like glitch already? I saw your comment on there. I didn't see it. It wasn't working at all.
Our
Okay.
brethren barricaded
I'm
this
gonna
entrance
sneeze.
to stall any attackers. Commune with the crane and engage it to remove the obstructions.
We shall get the path clear of the traitors.
Goddamn Erebus, it's all his fault again. Always has been. Necron figures look amazing. I definitely agree with that, Bridge. I mean, I like Space Marines the most in 40k, personally. But, if I were to play a Xenos faction, which I would never do because I'm not a filthy heretic, but if I did, it would be Necrons.
Repel the oncoming heretic forces.
Necrons, Orcs, Nids, Chaos, etc. Emperor's Children might be classy pre-heresy, but after that, though, I don't think classy is what I call it. What do you call it now? Fabulous? I'm gonna tell Lehman Russ about all the disrespect I can find him that. If I can find him, that is. If you find him, let me know. I'll buy his new model.
The crane requires you to perform rites of restoration.
I think for the next Space Marine game, we'll take on the Tau first, and then find out we're fighting on a Tomb World. Don't focus on Necrons, dude. If they add Tau into like Space Marine 3, I mean, Space Marine 3's got a 4-year dev cycle. We are definitely going to be seeing another chapter of Space Marine. They did confirm that. They put an entire poll out of like which chapter people wanted.
Our banner awaits unfurled. The crane is fully operational.
Do you think that Rebutic Element will show up in Space Marine 3 for the Emperor? Almost certainly, wow. Oh. Let me bring the icon. Oh wait, I probably had 10 stims. Well, these are Votan Master Race. Listen guys, we will be covering Total War 40k, because Total War 40k is definitely coming out before Space Marine 3 is, as a guarantee, and I'm gonna be real guys, I don't think that Space Marine 3, I don't think that Space Marine 2 is gonna be that hot for the next year until after Tech Marine. We'll see what they do.
The spearman troubles us no more.
You're excited for the Vampire Survivors 40k game? That would look pretty cool.
Whatever foul entity serves, it's bound. Listen and amplify our banner. Annex location.
Perish, there we go. Quick question, isn't some of the Thousand Suns dust, but not its entire chapter? So basically what happened is, the Thousand Suns were utterly doomed to turn to Chaos Spawn. Like, that was just their fate. Very tragic. But because of that, Ahriman, who's actually a pretty amazing sorcerer of Chaos, the strongest Chaos sorcerer, arguably, and he did a little thing. He did a little thing. He did a little spell. And that spell was to fix the warp mutation. And it did. However, it turned all the weaker members of the Thousand Suns into dust. And all the powerful Psychers got amped. And they became extra powerful sorcerers. Now, upon hearing that, like 80% of all the Gene Seed just got turned to dust, and his Legion was a bunch of like NPCs. Magnus almost murdered Ahriman on the spot, until Tzeentch like personally said, "Don't kill him. Ahriman's actually pretty based. He just fucked up like this one time, but the Great Plan says it'll all work out." Okay, so Chaos Spawn are people, I mean, some of them used to be. These ones, the ones we fight in this game, I'm pretty sure they were just Zangors. They might be cultists. I'm pretty sure they're just chaosed up Zangors, but Zangors are just beastmen. They're not demons, so they are susceptible to the warp mutation.
All specs prime.
New Titus rules are dumb as shit. I haven't read them yet. Streamer help. I'm starting to like Dark Angels more than Blood Angels. What do I do? You reread the Horus Heresy and Sanguinius' speech. Dawn of War. I'm excited for Dawn of War. If I'm not mistaken, it was the non-Psychic Marines that turned to dust, yes. And then, I mean, even the weaker sorcerers turned to dust, but like all the super amped up ones got buffed. Zangors aren't demons? I'm learning shit. Yeah, they have a physical presence. They're just beastmen. They're just beaky boys. Well, they are.
Make haste, lest your tardiness lead to the harm of our blessed vessel.
So no more new Thousand Suns Marines? No, they can still make them, and they can remake the Rubicon ones, but they lost like 80% of their gene seed. So they were in a pretty bad spot. But like now, all these occult Terminators we have, they're still strong. Like don't get me wrong, a Rubric Marine is still a strong. They are a Chaos Astartes. They're just a nerf Chaos Astartes, but they are still stronger than most forces can hope to be. Also a lot dead from Prospero, that too. Isn't Abaddon desperately trying to find a way to reverse it? Abaddon or Ahriman? Ahriman is. I don't think Abaddon gives a shit. Yeah, Ahriman, I mean, there would be a big W for the Thousand Suns if they could reverse the horrible dusting of their whole Legion and also make it so nobody turns into like a bunch of Chaos Spawn. Don't the Thousand Suns have the strongest demon princes? I mean, Magnus is probably one of the... I would say he's easily one of the strongest demon Primarchs, in theory. He was made to be the strongest Psyker of all the Primarchs. And Psychers are kind of cracked. Yeah, Chaos Spawns are Chaos Champions that couldn't withstand their gifts and mutate too far, losing all intelligence, etc. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that, like, Warp Mutation is just something that can happen as well to, like, any mortal creature, and I'm pretty sure Zangors are also susceptible to that to some degree. I mean, Warp Energies are just like, you know, it's like eating Warpstone when you're a Skaven. Just don't do it. Say no. Say no to Warpstone, chat. Don't sniff Warpstone. Do not snort the warp dust.
Adequate performance noted, Talassa. I have opened the gates.
Are the new Chaos enemies in Space Marine 2 Warp Zangors? I mean, I don't think it's confirmed, but it definitely looks like they are. I mean, look at them.
Cogitations are clear. We cannot preserve this blessed vehicle with such a meager number of troops.
Talassa is not there to provide you with protection. They are there to prepare that.
No Siege today? Nah, Marcel, I'm not playing Siege today.
It couldn't possibly break
We're playing
free of Demarium's
weeklies with people.
present.
As many as we can. You aren't supposed to lick the Warpstone? No, you're not. Can you believe it? Very tragic.
Can you rectify that?
There is a fusion battery unit we could use to awaken the reactor. The tool will require charging from our power plant. Those areas of the facility are compromised.
Nothing will stop us from relighting the battle barge's engine. We are on our way back with it.
Due to the volatile
I think they say Zangors in the voiceovers. I mean, they look like warped up Zangors.
lead it along the tracks to the junction station.
Magnus' martial skills will be weaker in comparison to many other Primarchs, but he'll excel in keeping you away. That is true. He only gets clowned on because he's a heretic. If he was a loyalist Primarch, he'd be a goat.
There are several consoles for managing the tracks nearby. You must perform the appropriate rites of alignment to achieve the desired geometry.
Assuming they possess the ability to extrapolate.
Why don't they make more chaos-specific figures like Night Lords? In this game or like in miniatures? Because like I mean I'm sure it's just a sales thing of like you know, if tomorrow Tau never sold at all ever again, I bet they would just drop them as a faction entirely. Like if their next Tau, like if the next 5 Tau releases got 0 sales, like not a single person purchased them, Tau would like it just mysteriously vanish from 40K. Wait, we're getting a new enemy? We're getting a new boss eventually. If Magnus was loyal, he'd be sitting on the throne keeping the Astronomicon going. He's like the only guy that could do it. That was kind of his whole purpose, though. Was one day taking over for Big E. You ever rode a Helldrake? Haven't tried it. Would you know? It sounds pretty hype. It sounds like a potentially fun event. Everyone stop buying Tau. Do you know of any factions you played with that have gone obsolete? I don't think they've ever made a faction obsolete in 40K. I mean, Cathay in Fantasy is one I can think of that became pretty obsolete for a while. I know, guys. Are there any defunct factions in 40K? Ow. Bonk for that. Punch him. Casually punch him. I heard that 11 edition is being a mirror of Total War Warhammer 40K. I mean, Total War Warhammer 40K will probably be more popular than the actual tabletop. I wouldn't be surprised. If they actually hit the console market like they intend to. I'm pretty sure more people will probably play Total War Fantasy than they ever played on tabletop. About how many hours do you have in Space Marine 2? At least 100. 1,000. Like 3,000.
0.01% and rising. You're almost there. What is your status?
The vessel is almost ready, Lieutenant.
Hold for our signal.
Well, what about the Primarchs that people don't discuss and know of? Well, all the Primarchs are played on tabletop, not defunct. But like, they're the Forgotten Legions. But there's like there's no lore on them because it doesn't exist. Do you think anybody out there actually knows what the story of the Forgotten Legions is?
Can we plot a course?
Like, do you think the original writer... I don't know the name of the author that made that, but, like, do you think the original writer... Total War 40K will also cost as much as a 40K army after all the DLC? True. Buy it on sale, guys. I bet Total War 40K will go on sale more than the miniatures will.
Reactor is primed for ignition.
The vessel is ready.
That's it, the Forgotten Legions, that's what I could think of. Yeah, do you guys think that anyone, like the original author, actually had an idea for like why the Forgotten Legions were forgotten? Or do you think just like we're gonna make this like esoteric and not have an actual thing behind it at all? Just collect Lego, makes 40K look cheap. Dude, are you seriously telling people to buy Legos in my chat? Okay, so first of all, Legos recently came out with the smart Legos. Lego is actual robbery. You guys think that 40K? You're about to send me on a tangent here. Man, you just tell people to buy Lego in my chat, dude. Legos are robbery. They are fucking robbery. Smart Legos. Tell me more about smart Lego. You guys are all about... Everyone loves a UCS Venator. I do fuck with the UCS Venator, that's true. But the point is that there are these new smart Legos they're coming out with. And these things are the most overpriced pile of shit. Like, this makes 40K look cheap. So what they're doing is they're adding in a wireless charged smart play Lego. They're starting this line next year. It'll probably last for 1 year because, believe it or not, FTG is, what's that? A nerd on all fronts, so I know everything about Lego. But they've decided to they decided to create smart Legos, and smart Legos are coming out next year. They will be garbage. They will be gone by the end of next year. But basically they're selling what would be like a $60 Lego set for like $150 now, because you get the super ultra turbo sucker edition of a Lego minifigure. The Lego Stonks, both are scams, dude. I mean, Lego actually has quality control, okay? Favorite 40K content creator, and why is it Major Kill? What is my favorite 40K content creator? Probably Bricky, to be honest, but he's more like a variety. As far as like pure 40K, I actually do like Major Kill, dude. Major Kill does have like, he does have the unquantifiable Riz that's required to be like a... He has the unquantifiable... What do you call it? Aussie Riz. Legos are awesome. I don't care what anyone says. Legos are awesome, but smart Legos are a ripoff. You're about to send me off the deep end here. We're going to pull up the image. So, all these Lego sets got leaked recently, boys. Every single one of them got leaked. And they are the most ridiculously overpriced shit ever. It's like $150, which should be like a $60 set. You get like a little Lego Farm Boy Luke. Does anybody remember? I'm sure, since we're all nerds here, I'm sure you guys all bought at least one Lego Star Wars Episode 3 set back in like 2005. So back in 2005, you're unaware, the Lego market, they released these light up lightsaber minifigures back then. Those things go for like $400, $500 now. But I feel like this is that all over again, except these ones are going to be dog shit, and they're going to drive up the price of all Lego sets by like $100, potentially $80. We should have the build for the Plasma Pistol? Sure. Here it is. Alright, 1 second, guys. Main Dorn Glazer. Lego. I want the Lego Enterprise D. Lego Enterprise does look... Big W that they made it a next generation one, and not a... Yeah, people ask me if I collect 40K all the time. I actually own all the Lego Lord of the Rings sets from like 2012. I do actually own that. True story. Alright, 1 second. 1 second, guys. Alright, let's back in again. Continue this. Now, that's going to be the next Lego set. Next channel, guys, is going to be a Lego channel. Already. Family-friendly guardsman. First family guardsman. The family channel. Lego X Warhammer, the crossover we never knew we wanted, never needed. Or you got Frost Bacon 404. You guys just like saved the code? You guys been waiting this whole time? Did I even post the code? The fuck? You guys are quite efficient, you know that? We need a first Lego Guardsman. Yeah, we'll have a first Lego Guardsman. We'll buy like a custom-made little Lego figure. We'll have that be the dude. The channel mascot. I'm not even kidding. I will make a Lego channel. I'll probably make a Lego channel. I want to do that for a long time. FLG, I like it, yeah. That'd be the 4th time I have changed my entire content scheme. Or my entire content on YouTube. We'll fund the Lego Death Star at Enterprise. Dude, I don't even think I would not even buy the Lego Death Star, okay? That's just ass. Alright, we'll do one more of these, and then we'll play a normal one. This will be like the 6th done. But you guys need these done, so we will take you in. Were these the people I just played with? Am I actually losing my mind? Did I not even read your names? Alright. I think we just played with them. Here, guys, get in here. Thanks for the run, FTG. Sorry you haven't left yet. No problem, Necro. Thanks for playing. Play all the Lego games. Dude, that might actually be like a multi-year plan. First tour figurine channel incoming. I mean, I would probably... Let's see, if I made a Lego channel, I'd probably cover miniatures on it too for 40k, but I'd probably just cover miniatures on second tour guardsman anyways. What it's for. I think 40k fans get a bad rap. I really do. Actually, do they? Some 40k fans get a bad rap. 40k and 30k fans are a special set of people. I think like 99% of people are great that I've met in 40k. Now there are the occasional people like randomly pull out, like just randomly say Black Templars are my favorite chapter. I'm like, oh, that's cool, bro. They're like, yeah, and I also hate other races in real life. And I'm like, okay. But that's not that doesn't happen that often. Mini Tour Guardsman channel name for you solved it. You know, I could just change Second Tour Guardsman again. Second Tour Guardsman is just like the holdover channel for whatever the hell I decide to do with it. It'll probably be 40k related. Have you played the Dying Light series? I don't know. Did the parkour instructor say there were kids in there after an entire hospital wing got burned down? Yes, he did. I have indeed played Dying Light. It's pretty good. Hello, what is 500 Worlds? Sorry I didn't get to this sooner. 500 Worlds is the new box set for the Titus miniature. Titus obviously being the face of Space Marine 2 and the main character you play in the campaign. And 500 Worlds is basically just going to be a new little like short scenario with a few books for it, where Titus is now the captain of the second company, and he will be fighting Necron, a Necron Scourge, or the Scourge virus guys, with Sergeant Matoris, Gadriel, and a few other psychers and such. So like, it's a little tabletop adventure basically. But the big thing is that it moved the story of 40k forward, and also had huge implications for Space Marine 3. Can a Volcano Cannon actually take out a Titan? I'm pretty sure it can. Well, I don't know for sure. Titus be the new face of Warhammer, true. Hey man, getting into Space Marine 2 a bit late. Really appreciate all your guys' assault on YouTube. I can help, Jack. There's no such thing as getting into a game late. Like Gandalf, you arrive precisely when you intend, and such. What does smart brick even mean? Does the logo build itself, or is it dumber and has like built-in Alexas to person talk to you? I don't actually know. I don't actually know. All I know is that shit's not lasting more than like 6 months. The smart brick has AI. It's so shit. I expected Gazriel to die, if anything. Gazriel is actually pretty young compared to Chiron and Titus, so he seems the most likely to stay around. You're my hero. Thanks, Evan. How the fuck did Chiron die? He died with Acheran in the, I know how, but why? Why Games Workshop? Because they probably saw how big Secret Level was after Titus, after like the whole Amazon series they did. Nice try, nerd. Perish. I was drinking my coffee. I had to reach over my hand for that one. What do you call it? Is that the block fist? Yes, it is, Runar. While considering the hints of Chiron's backstory were interesting, he was there for the burning of Calth, which is pretty intense. Aren't kids into iPads and brain rot on the internet these days? They don't even touch toys anymore. It's true, dude. They're all going to be subject to the 6-7 brain rot in like the next 10 years. It's really over for this generation. But to be fair, my generation was the Minecraft generation, and all we listened to was like Tobuscus talk about diamond swords. So brain rot ain't new. And nuggets and a biscuit. Like, we've always been dumb. Thing. What FFG do you take requests? No, this is a solo lab. We don't take any requests. Not what do you want? Let me know. What are you requesting, brother? Some kids don't know how a keyboard is used. I think kids now are probably more likely to know how a keyboard is used than kids before. I see a sniper master. You do that.
Join me directly.
Man, I cannot go further than medium difficulty. Not yet. But you will. Six, 7, Happy New Year. There's a really funny short on that I saw the other day. Let me in.
Until all are present.
We're begging.
No telling what surprises await. Paths are clear and no get to comply. Let us hope the tech priest can get that ship.
Don't say 6-7. That should get you brought for the Inquisition just for thinking those two numbers. I don't even know what it means. All I know is it's brain rot. That's all I know. I was never able to finish Vortex on absolute difficulty until today, when we play together. You think Saber will fix the Chaos Spawn parry prompt on the contact and not the wind-up? I think it's better on the wind-up, because once you know it's coming, it becomes very obvious off-screen. Oh, I doubt it. If anything, I think they'll just add icons for the other ones, on ones they don't already have. Isn't 6-7 like the new Yeet? I'm pretty sure it is. The Lego smart bricks are the reason why the AI data centers are being built. I don't even know what smart bricks mean, okay? Does anybody actually know what Lego smart bricks do? Isn't it crazy how Legos went from like being a children's toy to being a sign of immense wealth? I mean, listen, Lego taught me class differences when I was a child, so it's not exactly new, but Cursed. This wiki was okay, definitely one of the easiest set of conditions. People are still struggling with it though, so figure help them out. Drain your wallet through. I can do absolute difficulty, but hard stratagems I struggle a lot. Some hard stratagems, I mean hard stratagems are harder than absolute. Especially with some of the modifiers. So I'm curious, chat, how many of you guys actually play tabletop for 40k? And of the people who play tabletop, you know, actually I'll ask this first. How many of you guys play with how many of you guys, oh my god, English, please, guardsmen. How many of you guys play with miniatures or paint miniatures? And those of you who do paint miniatures, how many of you guys actually use them in a tabletop setting rather than just having them as like a display piece? I paint and play tabletop. I already have a gunplay addiction. I can't afford it. I love to paint miniatures, but I don't have the room. That's fair. I've painted, but haven't played. My brother does. I play Kill Squad with him. Kill Team is great. I think it's great for getting people into the game. I do mostly kill teams. That does seem to be the way a lot of people play now, is kill teams, because like regular armies just take forever. Paint but want to play.
Our brethren barricaded this entrance to stall any attackers.
Used to, but stopped after teenage years were over. That's fair. You have Necromunda as well. I collected, painted, and played Fantasy, OW High Elves, Bretonnia, and Tomb Kings. Love Tomb Kings.
Patience wins war.
Fantasy, I do like Fantasy a lot. I just took my newly painted Blood Angels to play last Saturday. Unsurprising from the man named Sanguinius Reborn that you would have a Blood Angels army. Wonderful choice, by the way. Immaculate decision. I started back in Age of Sigmar because of Froggy and Jeff. Froggy, if you're still here, do you paint Fantasy? I know you do something. Actually, I already know for a fact you do some things. Froggy is actually a god tier painter. She runs the painting classes at TwitchCon. Or is it Adepticon? I'm working on kit bashing the new Assault Terminator kit with the old Blood Angels one. Kit bash, you say. That is half the fun of models. Combining them together. Played with a friend once on tabletop sim, still know how to actually play. Froggy has amazing images on the Discord. She's been painting for years. He has some awards for them as well.
We please the Emperor, eliminating this warp spawn.
Froggy held me at gunpoint to have my army in a pink color scheme. God damn it.
Follow me through.
Can you show your perk tree for the Power Fist and Plasma Gun for the build you were using, please? I sure can after the game. Your favorite guard regiment, and why is it Steel Legion? It actually is Steel Legion. So, I'll unplay the reason. It's because they have the coolest outfit, and that's all there is to it. I just like their, I like the yellow getup. They're doing what Lamenters can never do, which is pull off the fit. What are the pre-Space Marine Thunder Warriors? Are they confirmed to be annihilated? If not, or where are they? If not, they are not part of the warp, so they could be warping or even Prince, perhaps. Thunder Warriors were like an inherently genetically flawed precursor to Astartes. They just, I believe they just died. Like, they just didn't have the longevity. Some survived in hiding on Terra. I get them painted. It's just more effective to pay somebody to paint them for me. No longer play though. I just like 9th/10th edition. Play the most in the 3rd and 4th edition. Also started with Fantasy before 40k. I also started with Fantasy before 40k. I actually, real talk, I used to be a 40k, like, I didn't hate 40k though. I was like, oh, why is 40k more popular than my Fantasy? Why do you guys like this nerd shit? This is space. I like goblins. Well, there were goblins in 40k, if you know what I mean. But then I got more into it. I was like, okay. I feel like the pull... I talked to Lore Master of Sotek about this when we were streaming the other day. For those of you who were not there. He said, we talked about this, and I said the major difference between 40k and Fantasy to me is that, like, 40k is a very huge, like, through line. Like, there's a very massive, well-known event with the Horus Heresy that kind of set up the stage for the entire universe. There are very iconic moments. Like, there's a very, you know, the iconic God Emperor. There's no real, like, God Emperor. You're a Warhammer hipster FPG? Oh, like more than a Warhammer hipster. I was the most annoying teenager and adult. Didn't really change, but the point is that, Fantasy's a more nerd-type beat for you. It definitely is. There's still a few Thunder Warriors. I watched a lore video about it. Like I say, I'm mistaken. That's true. Skaven and Fantasy are the best part. Chat, is unpainted 40k set still in the box for the early 2000s worth anything? I would have no idea, but I'm pretty sure they already answered your question. Games Workshop's Lord of the Rings is better than Warhammer 40k. I mean, Lord of the Rings is just... That is fantasy. That is the fantasy. The grandfather... I would say, as far as like sci-fi and fantasy go, when you look at precursor stories like Dune and Lord of the Rings, I think I enjoy what they did for the setting more than I enjoy what the actual stories were in some scenarios. I think I like Lord of the Rings more than Dune for that, but... The Empire being based in the Holy Roman Empire is cool and unusual. Don't know how it is in the Age of Sigmar. I want to get a a banner on this guy if I can. I'll just kill him. Bong. Oh shit, another one. I watched Doom Part 1, love the set pieces and the world, but kind of got bored through watching it. I mean, then don't read the book, because the book is way more boring than the movie. For like, if you didn't like the movie, you will not like the book. Well, maybe, I mean, you might, but if you didn't like the movie because you thought the movie was boring, this guy is teleporting into this guy. Very rude. I believe the book is much better, more political intrigue, and the guild. I mean, the book is usually better. I just feel like, in the case of Dune and Lord of the Rings, I just appreciate them more for what they did for like sci-fi and fantasy as a whole than I actually enjoy the stories for them. But I definitely enjoy Lord of the Rings more than I like Dune. Not that Dune's bad or anything, but they also both have two really good adaptations, which is kind of crazy to think that like Dune and Lord of the Rings both have amazing adaptations. I think you'd be hard pressed to find better ones. You're a Lord of the Rings freak. Only about 2-hour movies. The book has too many words, well that is the point of a book. Does Doom have a good adaptation? Maybe you like the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson one. With Carl Urban. Do you have a good adaptation? Yeah, it does. I mean, I think it has as good of an adaptation as a film you're really going to expect for Dune. Much better than the one from the 1980s. It's not perfect, but what is? Lord of the Rings is child's play compared to the Silmarillion. I mean, the Silmarillion is more of like a... The Silmarillion... That even, am I even like reading that properly? It's a Silmarillion, right? Or is it the Silmarillion? Either way, the point is, I know the one you're talking about. Lord of the Rings is more of a story than that is. That one's more of like a collection. This is the Block Power Relic Fist, right? Yes. It is. Said it right the second time. The Silmarillion, is that how you say it? You shouldn't compare Lord of the Rings to the Silmarillion. Alright, which one is it? The Silmarillion or is it Silmarillion? The Silmarillion, I mean, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't really compare Lord of the Rings to the Silmarillion because that's more of a an ancillary work. Also, isn't that the composite of what his grandson did or his son did after Tolkien died? Yeah, the Silmarillion. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Not to be confused with the Sumerians from JJK Mobile, of course. FTG is gonna have a stroke. Yeah, stop throwing big words at me. I have the streamer tax, guys. I also have the brain rot tax. I am Gen Z after all, don't forget. Yeah, Christopher Token. Grew up on his dad writing the stories for him. Pretty cool. I gotta run. Sorry, guys. Don't take it easy, dude. I mean, don't take it. Don't be sorry, dude. I'm actually gonna have a stroke. It's over. Like, he wants to release that for Lord of the Rings, but publishers wouldn't let him.
Talassa is not there to provide you with protection. They are there to prepare that battle barge for flight.
Gen Z, how young are you? When you like to know. I'm 28. I'm 28. I'm barely Gen Z. I'd love to see another faction add a Space Marine 2, but I know it's not on the cards, so in the meantime, I'll pray for a Chaplain class. Chaplain was probably going to be the next class.
Will require charging from our power plant. Those areas of the facility are compromised.
Our tactics are sound, and our resolve is undaunted. We are on our way back with it.
Due to the volatile nature of the fusion battery, safety protocols
Only 2 regardsmen on occasion, true. Osborne, aren't you literally the same age as me, though? There's no way that's... you can't call me an Ankh, bro.
There are several consoles for managing the tracks nearby. You must perform the appropriate rites of alignment.
Alright, grant me the holy block power of the dead. Oh.
Assuming they possess the ability to extrapolate accordingly.
Surely the ultimate screen that includes your reasoning and situational awareness.
Considering this plan of theirs, I have my doubts.
Terminate right now.
That's Auspex for you. Do you think Dune Part 3 is going to be close to 4 hours long? I hope so. Do you like the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe series? Now, the first one my mom, when I was a kid, she was very avid into making me read, so she forced me to read all the Narnia books, and I mean all the Narnia books, okay? We're not talking like I know Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is like the one they made you read in school. I had to read the prequel, and then I had to read the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and I read all the way down the line, all the way to like the Silver Chair one. But yeah, it was pretty good. I don't like Narnia as much. Narnia, what's his face? What is the author of Narnia's name? C.S. Clarke? C.S. Lewis. C.S. Lewis, yeah. Yeah, C.S. Lewis is a great writer. I would say Narnia for me was a little like too overtly Christian at times. Like the parallels were so obvious. I mean, Tolkien was also very Christian in his writings. Like you can tell that very much in just how he wrote Eru and how he was writing about like that humans go somewhere the elves will never understand because there's like some fabled thing about humanity and like humanity's different from all the other races because of the chosen people and blah blah blah. So that is overtly Christian, but like Narnia is like Aslan is Jesus and you just gotta accept that. Yeah, C.S. Lewis. Great books though. They are great books. It's a little on the nose with the allegories though.
None under my protection.
I never thought of it like that. I mean, C.S. Lewis was like super, very, very religious and like actively religious in his text to the point that like I'm pretty sure C.S. Lewis is actually the one. This, correct me if I'm wrong, Chad. You probably know. I know C.S. Lewis and Token. They were college roommates, weren't they? Or something like that. They met in college. They knew each other very well. They were both authors. Well, post-life thing isn't exactly Christian. It's present in a lot of cultures, including the cultures Token based its mythos on. That's true, but both Token and C.S. Lewis were very devout. No, they were pub mates. Okay, pub mates. Alright, let's go over here. Game of Thrones was good until they decided to make up the rest of the season. I liked George R. R. Martin's books. Sometimes. What's the one with the polar bear that got the HBO series that the movies didn't do great? The Golden Compass. You're thinking about the Golden Compass. Token and criticized Lewis on bringing religion into writing. It was pretty heavy-handed in C.S. Lewis's books. I don't know everything about the interactions they had, but I know for C.S. Lewis that he made a very big point to bring religion into his writing. They were in the literary group in Oxford called the Inklings. That makes more sense. That's probably what I heard about. That's what I was thinking of. I know they went to college or university together. Bulgaria is one of the greatest series ever written. I think he just got blown up by a crack grenade. Isn't A Song of Ice and Fire on Season 5 for the books? Dude, Winds of Winter is never coming, okay? There's no way. And if Winds of Winter does come, A Dream of Spring is never coming. Unless he writes it, he just shits it out in a year. But I mean, let's think about it from his perspective. He's 70 years old, and he's like, okay, do I want to make millions of dollars talking about my stories that I've already written and having them become adaptations, or actually spend my time writing the rest of them? In my retirement. George R. R. Martin already put out a blog post saying he wasn't going to finish it. Did he actually? When was that? That must have been very recent, because I was just talking about this with somebody a few months ago. Or 6 months ago or so. That's the Illuminati for nerd writers. Logan even said his writings were not allegories. Is that true? At least to me, I always thought they were. I was told they were, actually. A little bit of misinformation. Can't trust the internet, can we? My theory is he saw how the Game of Thrones finale was received by the audience and lost interest because this was his own ending. I always assumed that both Lord of the Rings and Narnia were overtly Christian. I know Narnia was, definitely, but if J.R.R. Tolkien said that, it's interesting. Have you read Aragon? Good book series, shitty ending. Not a big fan of love killing the dragon guy. Spoiler alert for Aragorn. The final book ends with them beating the big dragon boss by having him get hit with a love spell. Not a love spell where he falls in love, but a spell where he finds out that he can feel the pain and remorse of everything he did, and that's how they beat him. It's really dumb. It was in May, actually. Damn. George R. R. Martin says he won't finish Winds of Winter. that he might not finish.
Talassa, transmitting targeting signal now.
Signal. Can we plot a course?
Your data is clouded, Lieutenant. Maintain close proximity to target.
Aragon is bad, straight up bad. I remember when FTG was a tier 1, division 1 hater. Hater of what?
We please the Emperor, eliminating his force.
George R. R. Martin?
Reactor is primed for ignition. The vessel is ready. May this machine's service be forever remembered.
Sword of Atreus primed and locked in.
Never know, could just take a shit ton of Adderall. I was taking a shit ton of Adderall.
Routing signal data through telemetry systems. Numerous errors detected due to signal interference. Calculate
Addies.
trajectory.
The shattered ship becomes the Saber, an instrument of the machine god's wrath. This would bring tears to my eyes if I still had them.
A heavy sacrifice.
You think
of
they
such
messed
a
up big time by
sacred
scaling
machine.
Space Marine numbers this
Let us
low
know
and wrote
how
themselves into a
martyrdom is
corner?
worth it.
Are you going to be doing daily stratagems? I could if you need them, Bacon. I think that's the last weekly I'll do for now. Aragon just exists because both the author's parents were publishers. I mean, Aragon's cool in concept. I am a fan of... I am a fan of dragons and shit. I think dragons are a cool fantasy beast. I'm a huge fan of that. I mean, guys, the reality is, as much as I might not want to be, I am horrifically, terminally nerdy, where I know way too much about way too many series. More than I ever planned, to be honest. But I feel like we're in good company. Dragons were goated. Dragons are my favorite fantasy monster. At least in terms of, like, a final... I mean, dragon boss fights in video games have the potential to be like the coolest fantasy boss fight, in my opinion. One of. It's a giant lizard, but I'm like... I was also a kid that liked dinosaurs, so, like, we were one step away from, like, pure autism if we like trains, too. But... Or did I say one step away from pure autism? I mean, we were one step away from being an Iron Warriors fan. If we also liked trains and dinosaurs, but... I was a big fan. Iron Warrior Detective. Trains. What about Berserk FTG? Dude, I was on the forums for SkullKnight.net when I was like 14 years old. Okay, I was a huge fan of Berserk growing up. That was like the only forum online to talk about Berserk when the releases were still going. I was there pre and post boat era. That was my favorite series for a long time. Rest in peace, Kentaro Miura. Hot take, Dumbledore was an asshole. Hot take, Dumbledore was an asshole for setting up Snape. Dude, Dumbledore, like, he talks... Dumbledore was kind of a dickhead. Let's not lie. Dumbledore was not the guy. I hated what they did to the animation of Berserk. There was animation in that Berserk adaptation? I was unaware. When's the Fruity Derby stream? I'm gonna put a price on it, Fridge. You ever read the Chronicles of the Shadow War trilogy? I've never read it. I have a friend who did. I have read part of the Stormlight Archives. Those are very good. And Brandon Sanderson's a phenomenal writer as well. What about Vagabond FTG? I like Vagabond. I'm not like... I haven't read too much of it. It's pretty good, though. One of my chat moderators in here, he has a whole YouTube channel for that series on some other ones. Are you saying I have a touch of autism because as a kid I like dinosaurs and trains? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Are you saying you didn't? You can't like both, Magic. You gotta be one or the other. It's like saying you're a Kriegsman and a Black Templar fan. You can't be both. Are you caught up on One Piece? Didn't they call Shanks a weasel? Didn't they call him a rat in that? After all the memes? Well, all fair, I'm just joking, Dark. But you probably know that. In case you didn't. Right, guys. Are you caught up on One Piece? Can you show the perk tree for the Power Fist? Yes, I can. Here you go. Somebody else asked too. This is the perk for the Power Fist. This is the build. On that one. Those are dumb takes. Which ones? You wanted to be a paleontologist as a kid? Paleontology, I mean, listen, how you are not really human or a child if you did not like dinosaurs, let's be real, because dinosaurs are just gigantic lizards that used to, like, the biggest animals we know of. Besides blue whales, of course. Very cool. Like you saying you like Blood Angels and you're not autistic. I do like Blood Angels and I am maybe autistic. How dare you? You like Dinobots? Hey, listen, guys, I didn't just like dinosaurs. I like Power Rangers Dino Thunder. It's very different. That show had a sick opening, okay? But I'll be right back. We're gonna do a week. We're gonna do a daily with people. Winston, you can stay in if you want, but we're gonna do a daily. Second. Dinosaurs are badass. Hey, Jet. Decepticons all the way. Okay. We won't ban you. Autobots are better. Okay. Okay, I bet. Alright. Just big hose? Fuck you were talking. Bridge, you play that weird horse school game, don't you? You're one of them. FTG, if you're looking for a good read, I highly recommend the Night Angel trilogy. Thanks, James. I'll check it out. I almost exclusively listen to audiobooks now, but I'll try it. You got the Soundwave Lego. It's insane. All right, guys. Everyone in chat, how many of you have collected a Lego set in the past 5 years? How many of you read books on things that are completely fantasy related? How many of you actually actively read books is a better question. And how many of you just play video games? Because I'm starting to realize the longer I've been streaming is that 99% beyond build guides, like a lot of it is just chilling and talking about random shit. You just play video games? Bit of everything? It is a proper nerd space then, is it not? Alright, we're gonna play some Power Axe Assault. Oh wait, our boys playing Assault. Right, we'll play Sniper. Somebody asked for Sniper if they're still here, so we'll play this. We'll play a Bolt Carbine build. Why not? Mainly just video games. I have kids and a business to run, dude. All right, big man. No, I'm kidding. That's understandable. That is understandable. I'm reading the 30K books. Collected, yes. I have bought a set in the last 5 years. Good. Good. Myopia. Okay, so we'll just... So, don't take long-range weapons on this. Pure melee classes, so I don't think you'll care. Unk got the biz. I have a bad Magic the Gathering habit right now. That is pretty bad, Morgan, because that's actually just like a vacuum of your money. It's a small one. Hey, dude, all businesses start somewhere. I love a good book. Cormac McCarthy is the guy. Cormac McCarthy. He wrote The Road, right? That's a great book. That was probably one of my favorite books. Cormac McCarthy writes like super depressing stories, but A Blood Meridian is really good. And The Road might be like the most fucked up apocalypse I can possibly think of. They totally ate that kid at the end of that book. Just saying. Bro, I think I had you on my last match. What was your last match? Bro, what the fuck? FTG is onto the road? What the fuck? Yeah, dude, I told you. I do actually read occasionally. Yeah, No Country for Old Men is great. I think The Road is my favorite story of him. Now, for those of you, here's a little bit of book knowledge. So when we talk about like apocalypses, it's very rare. It's very rare that we have an apocalypse that's like properly doomed. But the world in the road is there are no plants left, there are no animals left besides humans, and no crops can grow at all. All the soil is like basically salted by like irradiated or whatever it may be. The point is that like there is no way to eat. Everyone's a cannibal or eating canned food, and the world is doomed. Like that is just your boat. Like how do you even come back from that? Your world's just cooked.
Battle disturbs Avarax's arid landscape. Dust schools can arise with little warning. If conditions obscure the path, look for the flashing guideposts.
The Last of Us is a road with zombies and a girl. No, the road's way worse. I would take fungus zombies over the road because you can actually, at least you can get back from the fungus zombies. You're actually doomed in the road. Like, you're doomed. You'd have to have a lifetime supply of food or you're going to be a cannibal. Those are your options.
Advance when it is clear.
Am I going to be the first one to bring up Blood Meridian? No, feed me, because we already talked about Blood Meridian and how fucking depressing it is. The Road was mid? You think The Road was mid? You mean the book or the movie? I mean, I even like the adaptation, but the book's great. Maybe I just like horrific apocalypses. Or well, I like 40K. That's a cool premise, yeah. It's about a man and his son trying to go across the country to find the shore. And
Active camouflage charge.
FTG, you made my day. I can't believe you know Ball. I'm a knower of certain things. What if I like both? This is loud.
Tyranids have no vibrant tactics.
Alright, do your little thing.
could not conquer.
Ow. Oh, that robbed me. That sucks.
Stealth ready. The dust storm has settled.
Where the fuck did they go? Right. I guess we gotta pay attention. Hold on.
Active camouflage charge.
Resub because you know your shit. Thank you, Sasquatch. It ain't easy being cheesy.
If one of us remains, hope still endures. Meteor line ready.
Oh, they're actually the guardsmen. Okay, actually that helped because usually if you're the last man standing.
Hammer back till the dust storm has settled.
Yeah, I feel that would have been easier without the
Synaptic cell.
Did we have to lose 80% of our HP there? No, not really, but okay. I don't even think I have versatile precision on. No, I do. Copy. Do you like books that are true stories or just fiction? I like both. I definitely prefer fiction. I think most people prefer fiction. Well, actually, that's definitely not true. Like true crime, but
Colors right down to the ceramite.
I got red attacked by Electro three times in a row. Sometimes it's actually shocking how much they red attack you. So you got games on your phone. I am a partaker of the Infinity Blade from 2009, 2010 or 11. Why do you ask? Great game. Big fan of Infinity Blade 2. Any Infinity Blade fans in that game? Or in chat?
Stealth ready. The dust storm has settled.
Dude, what is going on here? Why is this guy... Myopia says 75% reduced between... Okay, range damage at ranges greater than 10 meters is reduced by 75%, so I gotta point blank them. But that definitely felt like point blank.
Active camouflage charge. Fester and rot. Xenos abomination. I worry we shall find grains in our armor for years.
FTG Bridge to Terabithia? I never read the book. Good movie, though. At least when I was a kid. I don't know how I like it now. That was a young adult novel, or like children's book, right? What about autobiographies? I don't think I've ever read an autobiography. I imagine my autobiography will just would 100% just have Space Marine 2 in it somewhere.
The storm has dissipated.
Thoughts on a World War Z movie or book? I had the Zombie Survival Guide from Max Brooks. I never read the World War Z book he wrote. I did like... I mean, World War Z, the movie, was nothing like the book. Like, Max Brooks is a pretty good author. I'm also pretty sure Max Brooks quit. No, he didn't quit. He got really pissed at the movie for how inaccurate it was. But, like, as far as I'm concerned, they're not even, like, remotely comparable. Can you imagine what it looks like for Nostar to be streaming his HUD to his fellow battlers while casually striking off difficult turn encounters and answering questions too? I imagine it's like having a police officer body cam. What time do the stratagems reset? Dailies reset in like, I don't know, 6 hours or so. Weekly resets Wednesday. I love apocalyptic stories. I have an entire list of post-apocalyptic games on my phones. I mean, I've always liked post-apocalyptic stuff. I always liked zombie apocalypses. Even when I was a kid, I was obsessed with zombies as a child. There's a comic called Cross. You might enjoy it. It actually sounds very familiar. Happy New Year from Texas, first tour. First time I've been able to catch in the new year. I'm hoping you'll be on for a few more minutes. I could use the help with the hard weekly. If not, take care. We can definitely do that after this. Probably the last one I do. We can definitely do that.
Starting life support system.
Ever see the movie Legion? Yeah, that was a get from downtown, dude. Ever see the movie Legion? Are you talking about the shitty one, like the really 2009 Legion? Starts the apocalypse basically. Yeah, where like there's like one angel and he comes down. I remember that one. Which heavy pistol is the best until the heroic one? I would say the ammo option. If you're not playing on a class with the primary, definitely take the ammo reserve option.
Services not found. Operators required to complete the transport process.
Cross is decent. It reminds me of 28 Days Later, but a bit more daring and edgy. I think I know why. If it's the one I'm thinking of. It's a comic book, right? Yeah, it's Gareth Ennis. That's why it's edgy, because all of his things were edgy. Of course, it's Gareth Ennis.
This is work for a servitor, not a son of Gilliman.
He writes some dumb shit. The Boys comic, I don't think is very good at all.
I will be your operator this day.
All Garth Ennis comics are just like a little inherently cringe. Cheesiest out. I'm looking for a Warhammer 40K lanyard for my keys, and I can't find one in the store. That's the beauty of the internet now. You just buy them online. AliExpress, always waiting. No one in the current economy has the required suspension of disbelief required for optimistic science fiction. That's true, feed me. Except for Star Trek. It got grandfathered in. Star Trek got grandfathered in. I love his Punisher runs after that. Yeah, Garth Ennis definitely got a little worse over time, didn't he? Which store? AliExpress. Is the Astartes Overhaul 11.2 out? Only the Supporters Edition is out. But Killer Whaley was kind enough to give that to me. That was the image I posted today. All Star Trek after TNG is trash. Dude, Deep Space Nine is like the best Star Trek series. What do you mean they're all trash? Deep Space Nine is really good. I mean, it's different, but like... You don't like Quark? Remember, long-term profits over short-term gains. Those are the best Ferengi in fiction. Yeah, Deep Space Nine is goated. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Is it a case of just bad writing, or the writers play this guy's fetish? I guess we'll never know. Are we talking about Garth Ennis? Good question. TNG is the best because Picard exists. I mean, TNG is just the best, in my opinion. My dad got me to watch that when I was a kid.
Authorization granted, machine spirit.
Good. Escort the payload.
Are you still doing hard wiki strats on the next run? Yes. I have one filled spot because somebody asked me. You have the next one if you want. Kanzarian. And that'll probably be the last one I do. For now. 2009 plus Star Trek, sloppity slop. It's been pretty slopped. Hello, first time in here. What do you think about the Henry's brand new Amazon series about 40K? I'm so excited. He's a big fan of Angel of Blood Clan. Maybe we see Dante in the series. I think that Henry Cavill's Amazon show has the potential to be great. Amazon has like wildly... Amazon series in general, there's a massive discrepancy in quality, but they have showed with Secret Level that they are willing to go all in on 40K and properly present it. I doubt it will satisfy everyone, but I think that it will probably be huge for 40K as a franchise, which is just good for 40K fans in general. I mean, hell, I like the Fallout show a lot. And that's from Amazon. Though a large part of why I like the Fallout show is because it has Walton Goggins in it, and Walton Goggins is just a phenomenal actor. But Henry Cavill is also a great actor. Maybe not as good as Walton Goggins, but... Sorry, what's the name of the store? I said AliExpress. Dude, AliExpress is just... If you guys are unaware of what the joke of AliExpress is a... You felt that. Remember that. AliExpress is a Chinese... It's a Chinese online store, basically, where you get things imported from China. If you want fake Legos, that's where you get them from AliExpress. I take no... I bought fake Legos once. I bought some Lepin Legos. What should we buy them? Buy them from AliExpress. Dude, look at this guy, just ran me over. Oh, AliExpress. I mean, if you want a lanyard, I would just go online and... Oh, that's a very dangerous spot. Oh, thank God they knocked that over. Oh, that sucks. I got confident for that. Henry Cavill will see it done right or not all. He loves the franchise just as much as us. I think that's definitely true. FTG Stargate SG-1 is one of my favorites. Dude, Stargate SG-1. I like how in every single opening of Stargate SG-1, they were always like, and it's him as Anthony Jackson. Or Mike, or whatever his name was. The guy from the movie. They had to remind you he was in the show every time.
The dust storm has settled.
Dude. Why is my gun doing so little on, even like at point blank here? This is time to get him up. Why? Where are all these formats coming from? What is this shit? There's a bio board, that's why.
falls. I pray these sands are cleansing the chitin from those xenos.
Michael Shanks as Dr. Daniel Jackson. Yeah, it was every single opening. They always had it. That's because he was a character from the movie, so they naturally had to let everyone know, like, guys, we got him. He's in the movie, guys. It's Michael Shanks as Dr. Daniel Jackson. We love that guy. Thanks for the builds on YouTube. I really enjoyed the vids. Keep it up, dude. Thank you, Wolverine. Wolverine, that's funny. Gotta be careful now. I'll look away from my screen. I will just eat shit to devourers. Dude, like, my bulk carbine that low damage on this? I guess so. AliExpress is pretty good to buy electronic components. I don't know if I would ever buy an electronic from AliExpress. Definitely not, never buy a storage device from AliExpress. That guy went... That guy went invisible, or I say that guy went in rage mid-lunging attack. And then when Henry Cavill leaves the show, Titus will be played by Liam Hemsworth. Is Amazon capable of a fuck-up on the level of The Witcher? I even think, like, here's my hot take, Rings of Power is a better show than The Witcher is at this point. And that's tragic. The Witcher is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Did you guys ever see The Witcher New Blood? Or, like, what was First Blood? Witcher something Blood? Bro, I felt the same way, especially when I melted and killed the smallest enemies even at point blank. I think they misspelled 1 meter. Yeah, 10 meters, not. This does not feel like 10 meters. Jack O'Neill was also in the movie. That's true, but he wasn't the main character in the movie.
Brothers, to me.
Wait, so let's see. Michael Shanks, Stargate, the movie. I mean, I feel like SG-1 was one of those rare occasions where a series became way better than the movie it was based on.
We shall launch this Terminus's final trip.
But the movie had, they didn't have Michael Shanks as Dr. Daniel Jackson. They had James Spader. The first season of The Witcher was okay. I had some friends who liked it, but like they were not like fans of fantasy like at all. Thank you.
I will see it through. Path is clear to Triton.
Go through here. Taking a bit. We have no more Kurt Russell, dude. Great actor as well. No Richard Dean Anderson. That's the real tragedy.
Hostile backup on the way.
Liam Hemsworth will be leaving Russ. That's funny. Oh dearie me, if it's not a bunch of Tyranids, again, dude, this is not. Alright, I am like point blank this guy. Okay. Oh, we got him. Both. Just play The Witcher 3 for the first time, best experience. Dude, Witcher 3 might be one of my favorite games. Witcher 3 is the first time in my whole life that I've been unbelievably hyped for a video game, and the game came out. And it was as good, it was better than I wanted it to be. It was everything I dreamed about. Because I played The Witcher 2 religiously. In fact, if you go on this Twitch, I believe, on this Twitch account, the first game I ever streamed was The Witcher 2, like 10 years ago. And The Witcher 2 was a huge, I was such a big fan of The Witcher 2, and I was like, dude, if they just like fix up the gameplay a bit and make it open world, what an incredible game this would be. And they did exactly that. It was amazing.
Unitarian hormones transfer. Tracings 3-9 version complete. Manifest updated.
And that's exactly what they did. It was an incredible game. Met the hype and like doubled it. I mean, it's really like it is one of those occasions where The Witcher 3 is just one of the best fantasy RPGs ever made. Wow, he just booked it. Look at him.
Stealth ready. I am a phantom of death.
Elden Ring did the same thing for you. I liked Elden Ring. I don't know, maybe I had played too many Souls games at that point. The only thing I don't like about Elden Ring is like how samey the dungeons are. I feel like they didn't learn a lot from Chalice dungeons and Bloodborne. I like the Chalice dungeons in that game, but alright, let's go over here. There might actually be a Witcher 3 DLC coming out soon, and they're doing mod support for consoles too. My favorite Witcher 3 mod is the Witcher 3 Enhanced Edition. I know we've talked about this before. They also have like the Ghost mod from Witcher 3. Those are both pretty good. I'll tell you what, since speaking of mods, has anybody ever played the Fallout 4 Horizon mod? You kind of remind me of Let Me Solo Her, but for 40k in your personality. Does Let Me Solo Her talk on his streams now? I remember he was just a no game, an only gameplay channel.
Warhead is loaded, Lieutenant.
Good. Deploy it.
Off you go.
Engine power depleted. Initiating charging cycle. Departmental Unitarian penalties will be assessed.
The Codex accounts
Yeah, he does, and it's great. You can feel flattered by thank you. Thank you very much.
I have multiple swarms moving to your location. You have their attention. Deal with them swiftly. You will not get another
dear.
shot at us.
Inserting fresh magazine.
Hopefully I'll get in and in on the action. This rename is Salty Richards 575. If not, thanks for trying. I'll be catching you on the next one. Don't worry, Salty. We'll get you and Ginzarian in the same one next. Do that. I will take the fabled Power Fist once again and we'll obliterate the weekly.
made by a dispatcher at the track's control terminal.
I wish I could feel for balance. The Gladius looks sick. It's just like it really requires you to know the enemy movesets. Almost as much as walk does. Like you have to preemptively hit it, which is a knowledge check. Did you play the Enderal total conversion mod for Skyrim? I know what you're. It was the one that changed into an entirely different game. I know the one you're talking about. My favorite mod for Skyrim. I like Skyrim. There's a mod that's kind of like Horizon is for Fallout 4. Now, tragically, if you're unaware what Horizon is a basically an overhaul for Fallout 4. It's a mod made by a very talented author. And it was my favorite Fallout 4 mod for a very long time. Really fixed the game. Like I can't even play the game without it anymore. Unfortunately, the mod author has moved on to a new project. Which is like, you know, obviously that's his right to do that because he put out free content for like 10 years. But now is the time I think I will finally make a guide for that mod because there are 0 up-to-date guides that I can find outside of like random Discord channels for that mod. And that's like the biggest mod in the entire game for overhauls. For one of. AFK build activate, true.
Link your armor to the Mechanicus device. You will need to keep close proximity to the charging station until the
Hey SCG, if you're planning to do any more weekly stratagems, the next one I need some help leveling my assault. Username is Bacon Lake 20. We got Frost Bacon in game, we got Bacon Lake and Jack. What chat. We got Bacon Lake in chat and Frost Bacon 404 in game. The obsession with bacon has been like a multi-decade experience. Power Bulwark, that's the case, I'll go tactical. Trust the Power Bulwark can handle it. 10 stims on a Power Fist Bulwark, you're good forever, pretty much. But bacon is good though. I'm not a bacon fan. I'm really not a bacon enjoyer. I'm like, oh shit. Frozen 2010 again? Yeah, it's the bacon obsession. I'm glad you know what I'm talking about, Osborne, because there was a time in human history where nobody would shut up about bacon. Good night. Do the weeklies reset tonight or noon tomorrow? Tomorrow at like midnight. Midnight tomorrow, or somewhere around there. I would like to do 15 rounds of hard siege mode sometime with you. We can definitely do that sometime. I'll do more siege mode. I feel like viewers like playing in siege anyways. We can definitely do that, Morgan. The Baconator. Not a bacon enjoyer immediately gets emoted by the Emperor. That's I hate bacon. It's not like a huge bacon enjoyer. Who the fuck eats bacon for breakfast? My dad eats bacon for breakfast. My dad is the biggest bacon enjoyer I've ever seen. He actually he gave me the bacon hate because he would always make bacon but like undercook it so it was like chewy, but like I'm pretty sure it was just like a salmonella factory. A lot of people need that Wave 15 armor piece for Hard Siege, and it shall be delivered to them. Just tomorrow, not today. It shall be delivered to them eventually. Now we're gonna do one more weekly, and then that's probably all I'll do tonight. Let's see. Alright, it's got our chosen people. Alright, Winston and Frost Bacon. Thank you for playing. Alright, so this is for 2 people in particular. Please do not take the code if you are not Salty Dude and Gonzarian. Thank you very much. You will be auto-kicked. I'm gonna just put it out there now. If you're home, Gonzarian, that is. Maybe one day FCG will help me complete Vortex and Absolute. I definitely will. Alright, so we got... I don't think these are either of the people we wanted here for this. Which one of the special red weapons is a must-have? The heroic weapons? Heroic weapons are best on... whatchamacallit? One, probably the fencing one for the heavy bolter is probably the most direct upgrade I can think of. I mean, they're all pretty good. They're not bad. They're not bad. I'm 7 page. Okay. Do we have Salty? Even still here? This isn't him. He's not Marky Mark. Okay. FTG, can you show me your block power fist perk tree? Sure can. This is it. Send again. Well, Marky Mark, can you leave? We were trying to get salty truffle butter in here. That was quite the sentence I just spoke, but yes, we're trying to get salty truffle butter in here. I'm sorry, Mark. But we need to get salty truffle butter in here. That's actually a funny name. It's salty truffle butter. Oh, hi, Mog. Okay, thank you, Mark. Now, this is for salty truffle butter only. If you do click this and your name is not salty truffle butter or confirmed to be salty truffle butter, you will be purged. Mercilessly, I will simply hit the button. No one's gonna listen. Trolls linger. Well, let's hope they do. Salty ruffle butter. Salty truffle butter. Waiting on salty truffle butter. Salty Richard. That's him. Now we're going to play, if you don't mind, I'm just going to play the AFK build. I was going to play Bulwark. If you guys need the carry, that's just the easiest way to do it. I did not hear that first time over the music, just saw the invite code. My apologies, brother. Don't worry, dude. Don't worry about it. Just ask them to tell you in chat their in-game name so you know, or you told me. Already told me. I just forgot. All right. How do you level up classes efficiently? Do you just do Siege? I mean, Siege waves 1 through 5 is the fastest XP in the game. But you can also get really fast XP by doing Decapitation over and over, the highest thing you can do. You do a Lamentor or Deathwatch Lamentor fit sometime, maybe? And what do you think about the Omnisaya Axe? Well, the Omnisaya Axe we have only seen, like, some gameplay of it. Or there's like an animation thing of it. That's all we saw. Decapitation is not technically the highest XP, but it's the fastest mission, so...
Our path to Aurora
Also like the
is marked
easiest
by
mission in the game.
It is a sacred relic, filled with ancient splendor.
You prefer Voxel Brass because there's no boss? That is true, there is no boss. Voxel Brass is like a weirdly low chance for bosses too, it feels like. For whatever reason.
Will then be returned to your care. Very well.
We need a Pyre pistol. We need like a Perdition pistol like Dante.
Implicating such an ancient machine spirit. Assist the Adeptus Mechanicus in launch preparations and await our targeting guidance, Talassa. We should be on the ground shortly. Make sure that battle barge is ready.
The Imperium shall be great.
Alright, let's go over here. Barrel on through. We need the Black Rage. Don't we all? Oh shit, it's gonna open up on me. I'm very rude, very rude. Appreciate YouTube content. You doing a Sniper Patch 11 builds video like the other classes? I sure can. Thank you for the Prime sub, Frosty. Thank you very much. I will be doing more. I will certainly be doing more at some point here. I got the Black Rage IRL the other day. My girlfriend broke up with me. That's rough, dude. Sorry to hear that. You need not be seeing Horus in your visions, though. I had to get back to feeling normal. Watching FTG definitely helps. I'm glad I can help in some way. Even if it's just by existing on a screen. That is rough, dude. That shit just takes time. That's how it goes. Get shit on, bird. Why would they change Tactical's Kraken rounds perk to something better? I mean, it's probably the least used perk in that entire column. By a significant margin, I'd imagine. Gilliman outside smoking a cigarette, Ben Affleck style, like, fuck my life, I should have stayed in that coma. That is pretty much what it was like coming back. I mean, the High Lords of Terra didn't like that he showed up either. Because, like, they were pretty peachy with what they had.
These old vessels are made of sturdy steel. I take it they are all
I reckon the scum have been relentless in their attempts to deplete my ammunition.
Alright. Here, grab the armor boost, very nice. Oh my god, came in barreling, look at him. Nice try, nerd. Dead. That was quick. Dreadnoughts be like that. You know, chat, are the Titus miniatures, are they still purchasable? Are there still pre-orders ready? Or what do you call them? Somebody said they're going to be out of stock pretty soon, but, like, surely they can pick up some, right? By Bad Games Workshop. This guy coming. But this area has always had, like, no enemies or all the enemies. No between. Just walk on up, walk on up. Dude, someone get that old man dreadnought a cane or something? That's what I'm saying. He's just making us wait.
Where shall I plant this flag?
And the real sadness in all this is the Chaos Spawn hitboxes. My Bolt Sniper cries. Side note, I wish the Bolt Snipers could pierce like the last Fusel. Last Fusel is just like strictly better than the Bolt Sniper for Chaos, it feels. Always kind of has been, though. Riveting gameplay.
Proceed, brothers. I shall remain here and try to cut out any enemy forces from following you. Our brethren barricaded this entrance to stall any attackers. Commune with the crane and engage it to remove the obstructions.
We shall get the path clear of detritus.
Top is open. Game bugged out. No, this mission just sometimes like this, Elias. Sometimes it gives you nothing there. Sometimes it gives you all the hordes. One of the randomized spawns. Because they're all going to show up here eventually. The max strip for Titus the Cape.
I have the crane operation.
Dude, Titus the Cape looks great, doesn't it? He Astartes overall one.
Repel the oncoming heretic force.
Oh, look. Zangors. Finally, some enemies. What kind of cosmetics are we still missing for Space Marine 2? Quite a few options. A lot of it's just like capes, number one, but they said they're not adding additional capes. Blows, but...
Seek out the crane's twin generators and locate their consoles. Then, awaken them in the correct sequence.
We must repair the mechanism if we are to proceed.
Robert Whitestar like Heraldry needed badly. I wish to be more accurate with them. I feel like, you know, White Scars probably get better. We haven't had like a I mean, they have pretty cool armor in this game, but it could be better. Definitely be better. Bang, bang. Ow. Okay, we have 10. Dude, you guys just shoulder plug out. See, now they all come. After all that waiting. And they're going to drop past 11 this month, or drop in the last month in the early year. I mean, they're not going to drop. I think they're going to drop a PT. Well, they're definitely going to drop a PTS for Tech Marine. They already said so. It's definitely coming. It is definitely coming. Like March? It might come in March. You're probably going to see the PTS next month, but I don't know, dude. I thought the game's going to be a pretty big slump in February until then. And then they'll come out with it. What are we waiting for? Oh, me.
Looking for victory for the Emperor! I do not recognize these symbols. Were they carved by ancient man?
We will report it to the Ordo Xenos. Continue with the mission. There are more pressing heresies that need our attention.
Yes, Captain. We will not keep Lieutenant Titus waiting. Execute that one! Let the sun It is our duty to end
The Caradons are pretty goated. Would be cool to see that. I like our Caradons. I like Hyberos. He's one of my favorites. How do you have 9 stims? I thought the max was 2. It's a stratagem condition. This one says, come prepared. No Medicaid stims are available, but every team member starts with the mission with 10 stims. That's 30 stims for your whole team. Pretty impossible to die on that one. Pretty much impossible. I hope for a Mark V helmet with the space sharks, but because of the Primaris, not too sure really. We'll see what they do with the Kakaronos. They could look really cool. They could look really damn cool, but I low-key doubt it.
We are on the final approach. Make haste, lest your tardiness lead to the harm of our blessed vessel.
Oh dear. That. That was easy. What FOV do you use? 1.25. FOV 1.25. pretty good, I may say. I almost underestimated the breakpoint there. Oh, that's funny. There we go. 500 cigarettes. What's up, Oberon? I see we've hit the 8:30 threshold where Oberon's awake now. Oberon, remember when I used to stream at a time that you could actually watch? So jealous you have an FOV Slayer, like please Saber, don't forget about consoles. I don't think it has anything to do with them forgetting about consoles. I think it has everything to do with them not wanting the performance to be shit on them. Yeah, those were the good old days.
Adequate performance noted, Talassa.
Yeah, my sleep schedule was like pushed 4 hours ahead. True. Why not using the heroic? Because this one's better. Which power fist are you using? This is the block fist. The block fist. The classic one.
They are there to prepare that battle barge for flight. It couldn't possibly break free.
The engine should provide sufficient lift, but the vessel's fusion batteries...
This is probably just the best build. I would argue this is just the best build for ease of use and just murdering. Like, just face rolling every mission.
There's a fusion battery unit we could use to awaken the reactor, but it too will require charging from our power plant.
Like, this is some head empty shit.
We will escort the
Because block fist is the killer of gods. True.
beginning servo carriage escort.
Due to the volatile nature of the fusion battery, safety protocols prevent it from moving without an attendant. Lead it along the tracks to the junction station.
Position is ending. Our progress is stymied by mismatched rails.
There are several consoles for managing the tracks nearby. You must perform the appropriate rites of alignment to achieve the desired geometry. Assuming they possess the ability to extrapolate accordingly.
Only the ultramarine screen that includes for reasoning and spatial awareness.
Considering this plan of theirs, I have my doubts.
That skin legit? Why is his hair white? His hair white? That skin's from the Stardy's overall mod. They just released their supporters edition thingy. FTG, what's your opinion on Termination as a mission? I heard a lot of people say it's not good. It's amazing up until the very end. And I would say it's only bad in solo. I think Termination's like a top 2. Realign the track, I can do that. 24-hour live stream whenever Doc Jr. actually claims it. I don't even know if Doc Jr. plays this game anymore. He paid a substantial amount of money to go and get the 24-hour live stream and never claimed it. Absolute hell for delete. Yeah, occasionally when you put the tactical prowess aspects on it, not tactical prowess, precise calibration, concentrate fire aspects on it, it just over. I'll cash in the RDR2 stream one day. I actually like RDR2. That's also less pain. Yeah, you know, I am not one to ever complain about streaming on stream, because complaining about streaming makes me look like a bitch, but I am a bitch. So I will complain about it. Streaming for 24 hours is very tiring. My voice gets super dry. My voice is always dry.
Your Messiah has blessed you with an abundance of power. Perhaps in the machine god's infinite wisdom, they permit the transgression you're about to commit. Do not speak beyond your ken, engine seer.
Do you think the Space Marine 2 community has sold on YouTube quite a few douchebags? Dude, I'm probably the worst one. What do you mean? No, it's who the fuck do you think's a douchebag in the Space Marines I don't know anyone that's a douchebag in the Space Marine 2 community on YouTube. I am one. In the YouTube community, I don't think there's any. I don't know if there are any douchebags in the YouTube community. Oh, that guy. Well, that's not a serious person, Tyrell. That guy's just a psycho. That guy needs help. That one dude you banned from chat for plugging his stream is a douche. I don't think he's a douche. I really don't. I don't. I think I just misunderstood what he was saying.
Assume your weapon malfunction.
If I got no community, I'm just a lonely bitch. That's true. Indeed, you got us. Wow, okay, well, thank you for, I'm actually the owner of the account of every single chat here. The reality is that you're only speaking to me just through multiple accounts. That explains why my chat's so great over. I am all the accounts. That's true. But you can't be both of you. So how many Fall Betrayers have we done today? It feels like a cataclysmic amount here. Maybe they do spawn more enemies like this one, who knows? This does feel more than the other hard stratagem. Oh, that guy. I mean, I think he's just from a different culture. Like, that's more acceptable to say. He's not American. He's also in here sometimes. I mean, that's definitely a video you probably shouldn't make on YouTube, but, and it is for telling, but you know. It's a 40K space, what do you expect? Dude, extra stiff, like.
Charging sequence initialized. 0.01% rising. Talassa, we are almost there. What is your status?
Preparing your sword of Atreus for launch now.
Hold for us. signal.
Our physical ranged weapon changed his mind. That's true. Oberon will stream soon. Follow Oberon.
Transmitting targeting signal now.
Enemy plot a course.
Your data is clouded, Lieutenant. Maintain close proximity to target.
But no, I don't think Space Marine Team's community is that bad at all. If anything, there's more drama that goes on in Dark Tide's community compared to this one. They're also pretty adjacent.
Reactor is primed.
There is a reason why like half the content creators for like these games just leave, because nobody wants to deal with 40k fans after a certain point. It feels like
Sword of Atreus.
you have to really like nerd stuff to get into it.
Target now.
Routing signal data through telemetry systems. Numerous errors detected due to signal interference. Calculating trajectory.
Right. Off topic, Dark Tide question. What's your favorite class to play? I'll give you one guess. Based on
Mission accomplished. I hope it is enough.
An instrument of the machine god's wrath.
on my name.
This would bring tears
The veteran
to my
guardsman, of
eyes if I
course.
still had them.
A heavy sacrifice of such a
Nightmare.
sacred machine. Let us hope her martyrdom is worth it.
First two were Ogre. Thank you for the run. No problem, Gazarian. Thank you very much for the run. No problem, Salty. I'm glad we get that in for you guys. I'm tired as fuck. But they can be pretty unreasonable. Dude, 40k fans might have the worst track record of, like, any nerd fandom I can think of outside of, like... Actually, yeah, they're just the worst. I can't... Maybe Magic fans are worse. Maybe Magic the Gathering, but, like, besides that, I can't think of a lot with a worse reputation. Assault now? How about? No. Where's my image? How about?
For the Emperor!
All right. Ah, Smirk is playing. George Shicey, thank you for the tier 1 sub 2 months in a row. Yo, question, Sniper good for high siege pushes? No, he's one of the worst classes. He doesn't really have like he just doesn't have the DPS on waves and stuff like that. You're giving up a lot. I mean, maybe he could be. He does have a lot of single target damage and a lot of equipment regen, but compared to other classes, no. Oh, let me shake your hand. I would still put him in the bottom too with like Vanguard. Alright guys, we're gonna call it there and raid Smirk MP. What do you recommend for a good team comp? The best comp right now is Assault Thunderhammer, actually. It's Assault Thunderhammer, Tactical Pyroblaster, and Assault... No, it's Assault Thunderhammer, Tactical Pyroblaster, and Bulwark Power Fist is the best comp. For general use, for like 99% of players, who like people who aren't very coordinated on Assault, because you kind of have to off-specs to get that high, I would probably just play heavy multi-melta, or heavy plasma, heavy multi-melta, tactical pyroblaster, or like tactical nade launcher, and then bulwark power fist again. Hope that answers the question. Does my presence merit a time extension? Thank you as always, FG. Take it easy. I just got here. Can you show us your build, please? Yeah, we can. Hold on. For that. Here's the build. Here's the plasma pistol. Here's the power fist. And then that's all from me. Thank you guys for watching. Take it easy. Bye-bye.